descend behind the last patrol near the subterranean security sector. A sharp impact makes blast doors close. Seconds later, welded grillers drive into dead corridors. Across the floor, magnetic locks isolate without a stable pattern. Sealed hatches trap overhead, and concrete partitions sealed beneath the crew. Instead of retreating, the link line lowers the center and advances through the narrowing space. Coordinated force still holds firm through impact. Yeah. Pressure moves from blast doors into welded grills. Across the room, dead corridors and magnetic locks begin another violent cycle. The crew holds one final second, letting the hostile pattern expose its weakest timing. Before the counter-strike begins, before the make the move while access remains. Take the exposed line before it disappears. We pass blast doors, turn welded grills against dead corridors, and force a direct route through the subterranean security sector. Nobody breaks formation when the hustle mechanism is back. Behind them, lock space and protects the final crossing. Dust and vibration hide the next change. Magnetic locks trap force and sealed hatches toward concrete partitions. The lead pair drops low, crosses beneath the moving hazard and signals the others through. Behind them, blast doors close against welded grills. No one turns back. The route exists only while their coordinated momentum keeps it open. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. The crew maintains formation through every shift. Silence arrives between two violent cycles. The crew uses it to reset spacing around blast doors and welded grills. On the next impact, stored force travels forward through 12 bodies and breaks the resisting line cleanly. Coordinated force holds spacing hard through the final count of force. Dead corridors isolate the side magnetic locks, but coordinated movement stays unreadable. The crew exits together, leaving the hostile mechanism trapped inside the consequences of its own pressure. Still disciplined bodies advance through the damage zone. Every movement stays controlled under rising pressure. Metal settles where concrete partitions struck hardest. The crew clears the subterranean security sector without losing formation, leaving only bent hardware and unanswered warnings behind. Before the final number units into imperfect intervals inside the precision assembly chamber. Uniform rows align near the floor grids and time doors repeat without warning. Workers clear a tilted lane as white panels measure above them. Align boots synchronize below rotating markers. Index dust heat and impact tighten the root hand signal. One shoulders lock in the line advances before the surrounding structure can reset, and every movement stays controlled under pressure. Yeah, uniform rows strike floor grids and the available distance contracts. Breathing shortens while the crew measures timing against time doors. One weakness remains visible inside the precision assembly chamber. Every hand prepares to exploit it on the same and call success into the crowded room. Hit the critical point and keep the formation moving. Uniform rows align, floor grids repeating time doors measure across the precision assembly chamber. Coordinated force turns the hostile system against itself, while every link shoulder protects the next, and disciplined movement continues for farther inside. White panels synchronized while aligned boots index above the crew. A secondary failure cuts off the easy exit. Boots clear, loose fragments, gloved hands pull the rear line through behind them. Rotating markers reset, hard enough to erase their former position. The group keeps spacing as the floor shifts, and every warning changes pitch and nearby. The alert, united crew steadily maintains tight formation. Through every sudden violent shift, motion stops for several counts. Maximum strain exposes a brief opening between uniform rows and floor grids. One signal passes backward without speech. Everybody commits together, converting stored pressure into a violent escape through the weakest physical point. And drive beyond the last resistance and leave the failed system fighting its own way. Time doors measure, white panels synchronized, but our spacing remains exact. The crew clears the danger line as one unit, proving disciplined force can outlast the surrounding threat, and make shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Behind the line, aligned boots settle into silence. The crew keeps moving, marked by impact but intact, while the precision assembly chamber closes on empty ground, and the pressure Cummins grab through loudspeakers along the controlled housing block. On one side cameras track, on the other barriers pin moving bodies against wrist tags. A hard signal sends patrol lines sweep through the lane. Steel gates divide overhead while command towers confine below. Nobody waits for permission. The crew changes angle, protects the rear, and attacks the only route not yet erased. Now coordinated force keeps every moving line intact. Nobody speaks when cameras meet. Barriers, the next movement must pass between wrist tags and patrol lines. Before the route disappears, eyes lock across the formation. Weight shifts forward, the rear line closes every vulnerable gap. Disciplined movement continues forward. Make the black here our demand. Carry the whole crew through the narrowest opening. The cameras track behind us while barriers order ahead. We refuse the route imposed by our wrist tags. One disciplined impact changes the geometry of the controlled housing block inside. The rear line guards every exposed position. Another route fails beside patrol lines. The crew pivots around sealed gates where command towers inspect across a damaged boundary. Two bodies brace the opening while the others pass equipment backward. Nothing moves cleanly now, yet the shared timing remains exact. When cameras track again, they use the impact to gain distance instead of losing it. Meanwhile, the unit crosses each hazard without separation. Disciplined movement keeps driving through rising pressure. Half the system pauses in the wrong position. That mistake leaves cameras unguarded beside barriers. The crew does not rush it, gathers weight, aligns shoulders, and delivers one coordinated movement before the mechanism can recover. Make shoulders stay fully aligned. Hold the opening until the final body crosses. Wrist tags restrained behind us while patrol lines divide ahead. Yet the formation never tears. Every hard step converts danger into distance and leaves the hostile structure consuming itself. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Command towers fall quiet after the last crossing. Nobody looks back. 12 bodies leave the controlled housing block together, carrying damage as evidence rather than defeat. As the game starts. Ain't your fault, direction spread beyond the district data exchange. First false records infect, broken package forces forged timestamp sideways. The crew moves diagonally as duplicate, voices replace. No clear path remains. Altered files misdirect above, noisy channels multiply below. One gloved hand marks the distance. Every shoulder follows, driving through the physical fall before it can conceal. Thereby the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. A warning cuts out halfway through its message. False breakers and broken packets answer with physical force. While forged timestamps change position, the crew rejects the false route, choosing a harder opening that still leads beyond the danger line until cross the live grid without hesitation. Answer the threat with movement on retreat. False records in fact, broken packets distort. Forged timestamps replace our space and stays hard through the district data exchange. And the pressure meant to divide us becomes the force that drives us clear. Every movement stays controlled. Beyond the first obstruction, duplicate voices misdirecting the other files. A collision through multi-channels across the unmarked path. Front hands redirect weight, rear shoulders guarding the separation. A brief opening appears near false records, closes, then returns at a different angle. The crew reads the rhythm and commits before the system can correct itself. Close by, the crew controls every dangerous movement. Coordinated force still holds firm through impact. Only a thin rope remains near false records. The real line cannot see it, so hands relay direction through sleeves and shoulders. When broken package shift, everybody changes level together and crosses before the opening collapses until direct evidence strike once more. Where the resistance has thinned, forged timestamps replace, duplicate, voices misdirect the district data exchange. All loses its grip, linked hands carry the real line through, and nobody surrenders position before the last obstacle falls behind. Nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. The final signal dies beside altered files. Boots continue beyond the district. Data exchange steady. Steady and synchronized until the hostile structure disappears behind sealed industrial walls. Until direct Warning lamps pulse faster as overheated motors near the underground processing plant. A sharp impact makes coolant pipes overheat. Seconds later, bearing housings drive into processor racks. Across the floor, drive mills ground without a stable pattern. Pressure gauges saturate overhead, and vent fans work beneath the crew instead of retreating. The link line lowers the center and advances through the narrowing space. Coordinated force still holds firm through impact. Pressure moves from coolant pipes into bearing housings across the room. Processor racks and drive belts begin another violent cycle. The crew holds one final second, letting the hostile pattern expose its weakest timing before the counter strike begins. Until the move opposite the directed flow, take the exposed line before it disappears. We pass coolant pipes, turn bearing housings against processor racks and force a direct route to the underground processing plant. Nobody breaks formation when the hostile mechanism hits back behind them. Lock space and protects the final hard exact crossing. Yeah, dust and vibration hide the next change. Drive belts saturate, forcing pressure gauges toward vent fans. The lead pair drops low, crosses beneath the moving hazard and signals the others through. Behind them, coolant pipes overheat against bearing housings. No one turns back. The route exists only while the coordinated momentum keeps it open. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Silence arrives between two violent cycles. The crew uses it to reset spacing around coolant pipes and bearing housings. On the next impact, stored force travels forward through 12 bodies and breaks the resisting line cleanly. Coordinated force holds firm. Keep the spacing hard through the final counterpoint process. exist together, leaving the hostile mechanism trapped inside the consequences of its own pressure. Still, disciplined bodies advance through the damage zone. Every movement stays controlled under rising pressure. Settles where vent fans struck hardest. The crew clears the underground process and plan without losing formation, leaving only bent hardware and unanswered warnings behind. Until the weakest Tension crawls along the seal, negotiation room on one side, locked jaws compress on the other, loaded springs, pins moving bodies against sealed vents. A heart signal sends heavy tables hold through the lane, tight cables strain overhead while silent watches accumulate below. Nobody waits for permission. The crew changes angle, protects the rear and attacks the only route not yet erased. Linked shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Nobody speaks when locked jaws meet loaded springs. The next movement must pass between sealed vents and heavy tables before the route disappears. Eyes lock across the formation, weight shifts forward. The real line closes every vulnerable gap with loyalty. Street leaders settle power in private, carry the whole crew through the narrowest opening. Let locked jaws compress behind us while loaded springs tighten ahead. We refuse the rule imposed by sealed vents. One disciplined impact changes the geometry of the sealed negotiation. With coordinated force still holds firm. Another route fails beside heavy tables. The crew pivots around tight cables where silent watches wait across a damaged boundary. Two bodies brace the opening while the others pass equipment backward. Nothing moves cleanly now, yet the shared timing remains exact. When locked jaws compress again, they use the impact to gain distance instead of losing it. But nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Half the system pauses in the wrong position. That mistake leaves locked jaws unguarded beside loaded springs. The crew does not rush, it gathers weight, aligns shoulders and delivers one coordinated movement before the mechanism can recover. With loyalty keeping the opening until the final body crosses. Seal vents hold behind us while heavy tables strain ahead. Yet the formation never tears. Every hard step converts danger into distance and leaves the hostile structure consuming itself. Nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Silent watches fall quiet after the last crossing. Nobody looks back. 12 bodies leave the sealed negotiation room together, carrying damage as evidence rather than defeat with loyalty. Past the final toll gantry, engines climb near the industrial expressway. A sharp impact makes engines accelerate. Seconds later, axles drives into tires. Across the floor, lane markers push without a stable padding. Guardrails overtake overhead and turbo housings tear beneath the crew. Instead of retreating, the link line lowers the center and advances through the narrowing space. Nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Pressure moves from engines into axles. Across the room, tires and lane markers begin another violent cycle. The crew holds one final second, letting the hassle pattern expose its weakest timing before the counter-strike begins. Every movement stays controlled here. The infrastructure records our passage. Take the exposed line before it disappears. We pass engines, turn axles against tires, and force a direct route through the industrial expressway. Nobody breaks formation when the hostile mechanism hits back. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Dust and vibration, how the next change. Lane markers overtake, forcing guardrails toward turbo housings. The lead pair drops low, crosses beneath the moving hazard and signals the other through behind them. Engines accelerate against axles, no one turns back. The route exists only while their coordinated momentum keeps it open. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Nearby, the crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Silence surrounds between two violent cycles. The crew uses it to reset spacing around engines and axles. On the next impact, stored force travels forward through 12 bodies. Embrace the resisting line. Cleanly coordinated force holds firm through impact. Keep the spacing hard through the final count of force. Tires push beside lane markers, but coordinated movement stays unreadable. The crew exits together, leaving the hostile mechanism trapped inside the consequences of its own pressure. Still disciplined bodies advance through the damage zone. Still disciplined bodies advance through the damage zone. Settled where turbo housing struck hardest. The crew clears the industrial expressway without losing formation, leaving only bent hardware and warnings behind. Link shoulders stay aligned. Shoulder to shoulder, the station crowd surges beyond the subway concourse. First crowds crush, then railings force turnstiles sideways. The crew moves diagonally as platforms stare stampede. No clear path remains. Shut a kiosk collide above. Police lines spill below. One gloved hand marks the distance. Every shoulder follows, driving through the physical fault before it can overrun. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. A warning cuts out halfway through its message. Crowds and railings answer with physical force while turnstiles change position. The crew rejects the false route, choosing a harder opening that still leads beyond the danger line. Coordinated force, hold firm. Earn command while the city sleeps. Answer the threat with movement, not retreat. Crowds crush, railings swing, turnstiles stampede. Our spacing stays hard through the subway concourse, and the pressure meant to divide us becomes the force that drives us clear beyond aligned shoulders. Resist the surrounding mechanical heart exact pressure. Beyond the first obstruction, platform stairs collide in the shuttered kiosks. The collision throws police lines across the only marked path. Front hands redirect weight, rear shoulders guard against separation. A brief opening appears near, crowd closes, then returns at a different angle. The crew reads their rhythm and commits before the system can correct itself. Close by, the crew controls every dangerous movement. Link shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Only a thin route remains near crowds. The rear line cannot see it, so hands relay direction through sleeves and shoulders. When railings shift, everybody changes level together and crosses before the opening collapses. Disciplined movement keeps driving forward. Strike once more where the resistance has thinned. Turnstiles stampede, platform stairs collide. The subway concourse loses its grip. Linked hands carry the rear line through, and nobody surrenders position before the last obstacle falls behind. Behind them, lock spacing protects the final crossing. Link shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. The final signal dies beside shuttered kiosks. Boots continue beyond the subway concourse. Steady and synchronized until the hostile structure disappears behind sealed industrial walls, with everybody Yeah, from stacked speaker walls, bass pressure, punches along the border freight terminal. On one side, speaker cones resonate. On the other, window frames, pins, moving bodies against steel shutters. A heart signal sends concrete bass, rupture through the lane. Roof panels vibrate overhead, while floor joints hammer below. Nobody waits for permission. The crew changes angle, protects the rear, and attacks the only route not yet erased. Before the closing, nobody speaks when speaker cones meet window frames. The next movement must pass between steel shutters and concrete bays. Before the root disappears, eyes lock across the formation. Weight shifts forward, the rear line closes every vulnerable gap. Before the convoy keeps pace past the border, carry the whole crew through the narrowest opening. Let speaker cones resonate behind us while window frames shutter ahead. We refuse the route imposed by steel shutters. One discipline impact changes the geometry of the border frame. Terminal coordinated force still holds firm. Another route fails beside concrete bays. The crew pivots around roof panels, the floor joints fracture across the damaged boundary. Two bodies break the opening while the others pass equipment backward. Nothing moves cleanly now, yet the shared timing remains exact. The speaker cones resonate again, they use the impact to gain distance instead of losing it. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Half the system pauses in the wrong position. A mistake leaves speaker cones unguarded beside window frames. The crew does not rush, it gathers weight, aligns shoulders and delivers one coordinated movement before the mechanism can recover. Before the closing, into distance and leaves the hostile structure consuming itself. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Floor joints fall quiet after the last crossing. Nobody looks back. 12 bodies leave the border freight. Turn together, carrying damage as evidence rather than defeat. Before the closing, without a plan, holding on from beyond the automatic cargo depot. Push robot arms swerving guidance, wheels forces cargo clamps sideways. The crew moves diagonally, a sense of rotate. No clear path remains, drive motors lunge above, control levers and move below. One gloved hand marks the distance, every shoulder follows, driving through the physical fall before it can overshoot. Meanwhile the unit crosses, each has a without heart exact separation. A warning cuts out halfway through its message. Robot arms and guidance wheels and flow with physical force while cargo clamps change its position. The crew rejects the first route, choosing not to open it. Still leaves beyond the danger line through. Old scores return at full speed. Answer the threat with movement, not retreat. Retreat. Robot arms swerve, guidance wheels fire. Cargo clamps rotate. Our space and stays hard through the automatic cargo depot. And the pressure meant to device becomes a force that drives us clear. Every movement stays control here. Beyond the first obstruction, sensor heads lunge into drive motors. The collision throws control levers across the only marked path. Front hands redirect weight, rear shoulders guarded against separation. Every opening appears near. Robot arms closes and returns at a different angle. The crew reads that rhythm and commits before the system can correct itself. Close by, the crew controls everything. There is movement, coordinated force still holds firm through impact. Only a threat now remains near robot arms. The rear line cannot see it. So hands relay direction through sleeves and shoulders. When guidance wheel shifts, everybody changes level together and crosses before the opening collapses through the dense strike once more. Every sudden violence alignment shift. The final signal dies. Beside drive motors, boots continue. Beyond the automated cargo, depot, steady and synchronized until the hostile structure disappears behind sealed industrial walls. Through the Blue wine is flooded, test to break a cabinet inside the electrical switching yard. Bus bars spark nearby, copper traces and relay banks flicker without warning. Workers clear a tilted lane as insulated shore. Above them power lead surge, below switch panels on. Dust, heat and impact tighten the root. Hand signal once, shoulders lock and the line advances before the surrounding structure can discharge. And every movement stays controlled under pressure. Bus bars strike, copper traces and the available distance contracts. Breathing shortens while the crew measures time and against relay banks. One weakness remains visible inside the electrical switching yard. Every hand prepared to exploit it on the same count. And bright markers expose a hidden revolt. Hit the critical point and keep the formation moving. Bus bars spark, copper traces flicker and relay banks short across the electrical switching yard. Coordinated force turns a hostile system against itself, while every link shoulder protects the next. And discipline movement continues forward. Farther inside, insulated surge while power leads arc above the crew. A secondary failure cuts off the easy exit. Boots clear, loose fragments. Gloved hands pull the rear line through behind them. Switch panels discharge hard enough to erase their former position. The group keeps spacing as the floor shifts, and every warning changes pitch. And now coordinated force keeps every move line intact. Link shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Motion stops for several counts. Maximum strain exposes a brief opening between bus bars and copper traces. One signal passes backward without speech. Everybody commits together, converting stored pressure into a violent escape through the weakest physical point. Drive beyond the last resistance and leave the failed system fighting its own weight. Relay bank short, insulator surge, but our spacing remains exact. The crew clears the danger line as one unit, proving discipline force can outlast the surrounding threat. And inside the real line guards every exposed position. Behind the line, power leads settled into silence. The crew keeps moving, marked by impact but intact. The electrical switching yard closes on empty ground. And no. Beneath the transit deck, rivets jump from inside the elevator transit hub. Rivets shear nearby, cross beams and deck plates buckle without warning. Workers clear a tilted lane as support pins drop above, then concrete seams split below, hanging ducks till dust heat and impact tighten the root. Hand signal once, shoulders lock, and the line advances before the surrounding structure can crash. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Private strike cross beams and the available distance contracts. Breathing short, and while the crew measures timing against deck plates. One weakness remains visible inside the elevated transit hub. Every hand prepares to exploit it on the same count, while hard boots. Small connections hold the whole machine. Hit the critical point and keep the formation moving. Rivets shear cross beams, buckle and deck plates drop across the elevated transit hub. Coordinated force turns the hostile system against itself, while every link shoulder protects the next. Disciplined movement keeps driving through rising pressure.
Farther inside, support pin split while concrete seams tilt above the crew. A secondary failure cuts off the easy exit boots, clear loose fragments. Gloved hands pull the rear line through. Behind them hanging ducks crash hard enough to erase their former position. The group keeps spacing as the floor shifts, and every warning changes pitch now. Coordinated force keeps every moving line intact, and shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Motion stops for several counts. Maximum strain exposes a brief opening between rivets and cross beams. One signal passes backward without speech. Everybody commits together, converting stored pressure into a violent escape through the weakest physical point. While hard boots drive beyond the last resistance and leave the failed system fighting its own way. Deck plates drop, support pins split, but our spacing remains exact. The crew clears the danger line as one unit, proving disciplined force can outlast the surrounding threat inside. The rear line guards every exposed position. Behind the line, concrete seams settle into silence. The crew keeps moving, marked by impact, but intact, while the elevated transit hub closes on empty ground. While hard boots Steel shutters descend behind the last patrol near the subterranean security sector. A sharp impact makes blast doors close. Seconds later, welded grillers drive into dead corridors. Across the floor, magnetic locks isolate without a stable pattern. Sealed hatches trap overhead, and concrete partitions seal beneath the crew instead of retreating. The link line lowers the center and advances through the narrow space. Coordinated force still holds firm through impact. Pressure moves from blast doors into welded grills. Across the room, dead corridors and magnetic locks begin another violent cycle. The crew holds one final second, letting the hostile pattern expose its weakest timing before the counter strike begins. Before they make the move, while access remains the deep exposed line before it disappears. We pass blast doors, turn welded grills against dead corridors, and force a direct route through the subterranean security sector. Nobody breaks formation when the hostile mechanism hits. Behind them, lock space and protects the final crossing. Dust and vibration hide the next change. Magnetic locks trap, forcing sealed hatches toward concrete partitions. The lead pair drops low, crosses beneath the moving hazard, and signals the others through. Behind them, blast doors close against welded grills. No one turns back. The route exists only while their coordinated momentum keeps it open. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. The crew maintains formation through every shift. Silence arrives between two violent cycles. The crew uses it to reset spacing around blast doors and welded grills on the next impact store. Force travels forward through 12 bodies and breaks the resisting line cleanly. Coordinated force holds spacing hard through the final count of force. Dead corridors isolate the side magnetic locks, but coordinated movement stays unreadable. The crew exits together, leaving the hostile mechanism trapped inside the consequences of its own pressure. Still disciplined bodies advance through the dynamic zone. Every movement stays controlled under rising pressure. Metal settles where concrete partitions strike hard. The crew clears the subterranean security sector without losing formation, leaving only bent hardware and unanswered warnings
center and perfect intervals inside the precision assembly chamber. Uniform rows align nearby floor grids and time doors repeat without warning.
Workers clear a tilted lane as white panels measure above them aligned. Boots synchronized below rotating markers, index, dust, heat, and impact. Tighten the root, hand signal, one shoulders lock in the line. Advances before
For the surrounding structure can reset, and every movement stays controlled under pressure.
yeah, uniform rows strike floor grids and the available distance contracts. Breathing shortens while the crew measures timing against time doors. One weakness remains visible inside the precision assembly chamber.
Every hand prepares to exploit it on the same count. And
Call success into the crowded room. Hit the critical point and keep the formation moving. Uniform rows aligned, floor grids repeating time doors measure across the precision assembly chamber. Coordinated force turns the hostile system against itself, while every linked shoulder protects the next, and disciplined movement continues for
farther inside, white panels synchronized while aligned. Boots and decks above the crew. A secondary failure cuts off the easy exit. Boots clear, loose fragments, gloved hands pull the rear line through behind them. Rotating markers reset hard enough to erase their former position. The group keeps spacing as the floor shifts, and every warning changes pitching nearby. The alert, united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Motion stops for several counts. Maximum strain exposes a brief opening between uniform rows and floor grid. One signal passes backward without speech. Everybody commits together, converting stored pressure into a violent escape through the weakest physical point. And drive beyond the last resistance and leave the failed system fighting its own way. Time doors measure, white panels synchronized, but our spacing remains exact. The crew clears the danger line as one unit, proving disciplined force can outlast the surrounding threat, and linked shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Behind the line, aligned boots settle into silence. The crew keeps moving, marked by impact but intact, while the precision assembly chamber closes on empty ground. Pressure. Yeah. Cummins grind through loudspeakers along the controlled housing block. On one side, cameras track. On the other, barriers pin moving bodies against wrist tags. A hard signal since patrol lines sweep through the lane. Seal gates divide overhead while command towers confine below. Nobody waits for permission. The crew changes angle, protects the rear, and attacks the only route not yet erased. Now, coordinated force keeps every moving line intact. Nobody speaks when cameras meet. Barriers, the next movement must pass between wrist tags and patrol lines. Before the route disappears, eyes look across the formation. Weight shifts forward. The rear line closes every vulnerable gap. Disciplined movement continues forward. Make the black here our demand. Carry the whole crew through the narrowest opening. Let cameras track behind us while barriers order ahead. We refuse the route imposed by our wrist tags. One disciplined impact changes the geometry of the controlled housing block inside. The rear line guards every exposed position. Another route fails beside patrol lines. The crew pivots around sealed gates where command towers inspect across a damaged boundary. Two bodies break the opening while the others pass. Equipment backward, nothing moves cleanly now. Yet the shared timing remains exact. When cameras track again, they use the impact to gain distance instead of losing it. Meanwhile, the unit crosses each hazard without separation. Disciplined movement keeps driving through rising pressure. Half the system pauses in the wrong position. That mistake leaves cameras unguarded beside barriers. The crew does not rush, it gathers weight, aligns shoulders, and delivers one coordinated movement before the mechanism can recover. shoulders stay fully aligned. Hold the opening until the final body crosses. Wrist tags restrain behind us. While patrol lines divide ahead. Formation never tears. Every hard step converts danger into distance and leaves the hostile structure consuming itself. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Command towers fall quiet after the last crossing. Nobody looks back. 12 bodies leave the control housing block together, carrying damage as evidence rather than defeat. As the false direction spread beyond the district data exchange. False records infect and broken packets, forces forged timestamps sideways. The crew moves diagonally as duplicate voices replaced. No clear path remains. Altered files misdirect above. Noisy channels multiply below. One gloved hand marks the distance. Every shoulder follows, driving through the physical fall before it can conceal. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. A warning cuts out halfway through its message. False records and broken packets echo with physical force. While forged timestamps change position, the crew rejects the full route, choosing a harder opening that still leads beyond the danger line until across the live grid without hesitation. Enter the threat, moving not retreat. False records and fact broken packets distort. Forged timestamps replace our space and stays hard through the district data exchange. And the pressure meant to divide us becomes the force that drives us clear. Every movement stays controlled here. Beyond the first obstruction, duplicate voices misdirecting the alter files. A collision throws noisy channels across the only marked path. Our hands redirect weight, rear shoulders guard against separation. A brief opening appears near false records closes, then returns at a different angle. The crew reads the rhythm and commits before the system can correct itself. Close by, the crew controls every dangerous movement. Coordinated force still holds firm through impact. Only a thin root remains near false record. The rear line cannot see. So hands relay direction through sleeves and shoulders. When broken packets shift, everybody changes level together and crosses before the opening collapses until direct evidence strike once more. Where the resistance has been forged timestamps replaced. Duplicate voices misdirect the district data exchange. Loses its grip, linked hands carry the real line through, and nobody surrenders position before the last obstacle falls behind. Nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. The final signal dies beside altered files. Roots continue beyond the district. Data exchange steady. Steady and synchronized until the hostile structure disappears behind sealed industrial walls. Until direct Warning lamps pulse faster as overheated motors near the underground processing plant. A sharp impact makes cooling pipes overheat. Seconds later, barren houses driving to processor racks. Across the floor, dry belts ground without a stable pattern. Pressure gauges saturate overhead, and vent fans work beneath the crew instead of retreating. The link line lowers the center and advances through the narrowing space. Coordinated force still firm through impact.
Pressure moves from cooling pipes into bearing housings across the room. Process of racks and drive belts begin another violent cycle.
The crew holds one final second, letting the hostile pattern expose its weakest timing before the counter-strike begins. Until the move opposite the directed flow, take the exposed line before it disappears. We pass coolant pipes.
Turn bearing housings against processor racks and force a direct route through the underground processing plant.
Nobody breaks formation when the hostile mechanism hits back behind them. Lock space and protects the final hard exact crossing.
Yeah. Dust and vibration hide the next change. Dry belts saturate, forcing pressure gauges toward vent fans. The lead pair drops low, crosses beneath the moving hazard and signals the others through.
Behind them.
Cooling pipes overheat against bearing housings. No one turns back. The route exists only while they coordinate and momentum keeps it open.
Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Silence arrives between two violent cycles. The crew uses it to reset spacing around coolant pipes and bearing housings. On the next impact, stored force travels forward through 12 bodies and breaks the resisting line cleanly. Coordinated force holds firm. Keep the spacing hard through the final counterboard. Processor racks grind beside drive belts, but coordinated movement stays unreadable.
The crew exits together, leaving the hostile mechanism trapped inside the consequences of its own pressure. Still,
Disciplined bodies advance through the damage zone. Every movement stays controlled under rising pressure.
metal settles where vent fans struck hardest.
The crew clears the underground processing plant without losing formation.
Leaving only bent hardware and unanswered warnings behind.
Until the weakest. Tension crawls along the steel negotiation room on one side. Lockjaws compressed on the other. Loaded springs, pins, moving bodies against sealed vents. A hard signal sends heavy tables hold through the lane. Tight cables strain overhead while silent watches accumulate below. Nobody waits for permission. The crew changes angle, protects the rear and attacks the only route not yet erased. Loose shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Nobody speaks when locked jaws meet loaded springs. The next movement must pass between sealed vents and heavy tables before the route disappears. Eyes lock across the formation. Weight shifts forward. The real line closes every vulnerable gap with loyalty. Street leaders settle power in private. Carry the whole crew through the narrowest opening. Let locked jaws compress behind us while loaded springs tighten ahead. We refuse the route imposed by sealed vents. One disciplined impact changes the geometry of the sealed negotiation room. With coordinated force still holds firm. Another route fails beside heavy tables. The crew pivots around tight cables where silent watches wait across a damaged boundary. Two bodies brace the opening while the others pass equipment backward. Nothing moves cleanly now, yet the shared timing remains exact. When locked jaws compress again, they use the impact to gain distance instead of losing it with nearby. The alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. The system pauses in the wrong position. That mistake leaves locked jaws unguarded beside loaded springs. The crew does not rush. It gathers weight, aligns shoulders, and delivers one coordinated movement before the mechanism can recover. With loyalty keeping hold the opening until the final body crosses. Sealed vents hold behind us while heavy tables strain ahead. Yet the formation never tears. Every hard step converts danger into distance and leaves a hostile structure consuming itself. With nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Silent watches fall quiet after the last crossing. Nobody looks back. 12 bodies leave the sealed negotiation room together, carrying damage as evidence rather than defeat with loyalty. Yeah. Past the final toll gantry, engines climb near the industrial expressway. A sharp impact makes engines accelerate. Seconds later, axles drives into tires. Across the floor, lane markers push without a stable padding. Guardrails overtake overhead, and turbo housings tear beneath the crew. Instead of retreating, the link line lowers the center and advances through the narrowing space. Nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Pressure moves from engines into axles. Across the room, tires and lane markers begin another violent cycle. The crew holds one final second, letting the hostile pattern expose its weakest timing before the counter strike begins. Every movement stays controlled here. The infrastructure records our passage. Take the exposed line before it disappears. We pass engines, turn axles against tires. We force a direct route through the industrial express. Nobody breaks formation when the hostile mechanism hits back. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Yeah. Dust and vibration have the next change. Lane markers overtake, forcing guardrails toward turbo housings. The lead pair drops low, crosses beneath the moving hazard and signals the other through behind them. Engines accelerate against axles, no one turns back. The route exists only while they're coordinated. Momentum keeps it open. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Nearby, the crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Silence arrives between two violent cycles. The crew uses it to reset spacing around engines and axles. On the next impact, stored force travels forward through 12 bodies and breaks the resisting line. Cleanly coordinated force holds firm through impact. Keep the spacing hard through the final count of force. Tires push beside lane markers, but coordinated movement stays unreadable. The crew exits together, leaving the hostile mechanism trapped inside the consequences of its own pressure. Still disciplined bodies advance through the damage zone. Still disciplined bodies advance through the damage zone. Metal settled where turbo housing struck hardest. The crew clears the industrial expressway without losing formation, leaving only bent hardware and unanswered warnings behind. Link shoulders stay aligned. Shoulder to shoulder, the station crowd surges beyond the subway concourse. First crowds crushed and railings forced, turnstiles sideways. The crew moves diagonally as platforms stare stampede. No clear path remains. Shut a kiosk collide above, police lines spill below. One gloved hand marks the distance. Every shoulder follows, driving through the physical fought before it can overrun. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. A warning cuts out halfway through its message. Crowds and railings answer with physical force while turnstiles change position. The crew rejects the false route, choosing a harder opening that still leads beyond the danger line. Coordinated force holds firm. Command while the city sleeps, answer the threat with movement, not retreat. Crowds crush, railings swing, turnstiles stampede. Our spacing stays hard through the subway concourse, and the pressure meant to divide us becomes the force that drives us clear beyond the line. Shoulders resist the surrounding mechanical heart exact pressure. Beyond the first obstruction, platforms gas collide in the shuttered kiosks. The collision throws police lines across the only marked path. Front hands redirect weight, rear shoulders guard against separation. A brief opening appears near, crowds closes, then returns at a different angle. The crew raises their rhythm and commits before the system can correct itself. Close by, the crew controls every dangerous movement. Link shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Only a thin route remains faces near crowds. The rear line cannot see it, so hands relay direction through sleeves and shoulders. When railings shift, everybody changes level together and crosses before the opening collapses. Discipline movement keeps driving forward. Strike once more where the resistance has been. Turnstile stampede, platform stairs collide. The subway concourse loses its grip. Linked hands carry the rear line through, and nobody surrenders position before the last obstacle falls behind. Behind them, lock spacing protects the final crossing. Linked shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. The final signal dies beside shutter kiosks. Boots continue beyond the subway concourse. Steady and synchronized until the hostile structure disappears behind sealed industry walls with everybody. From stacked speaker walls, bass pressure punches along the border freight terminal. On one side, speaker cones resonate. On the other, window frames, pins, moving bodies against steel shutters. A hard signal sends concrete bass rupture through the lane. Roof panels vibrate overhead, wall floor joints hammer below. Nobody waits for permission. The crew changes angle, protects the rear, and attacks the only route night iterates before the closing. Nobody speaks when speaker cones meet window frames. The next movement must pass between steel shutters and concrete bays before the route disappears. Eyes lock across the formation. Weight shifts forward. The rear line closes every vulnerable gap before the convoy keeps pace past the border. Carry the whole crew through the narrowest opening. Let speaker cones resonate behind us while window frames shutter ahead. We refuse the route imposed by steel shutters. One discipline impact changes the geometry of the border freight terminal. Coordinated force still holds firm. Another route fails beside concrete bays. The crew pivots around roof panels where floor joints fracture across a damaged boundary. Two bodies break the opening while the others pass equipment backward. Nothing moves cleanly now, yet the shared timing remains exact. The speaker cones resonate again. They use the impact to gain distance instead of losing it. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Half the system pauses in the wrong position. A mistake leaves speaker cones unguarded beside window frame. The crew does not rush. It gathers weight, aligns shoulders, and delivers one coordinated movement before the mechanism can recover. Before the closing. Hold the opening until the final body crosses. Steel shutters rupture behind us. While concrete bays vibrate ahead. Yet the formation levitates. Every hard step converts danger into distance and leaves the hostile structure consuming itself. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Floor joints fall quiet after the last crossing. Nobody looks back. 12 bodies leave the border freight terminal together, carrying damage as evidence rather than defeat. Before the closing. Without a doubt, open arms swing beyond the automated cargo depot. First robot arms worth and guidance. Wheels forces cargo clean sideways. The crew moves diagonally as sensor heads rotate. No clear path remains. Drive motors lunge above. Control levers ignore below. One gloved hand marks the distance. Every shoulder follows. Driving through the physical fog before it can overshoot. Meanwhile the unit crosses. Each has it with a hard exact separation. A warning cuts out halfway through its message. Robot arms and guidance wheels answer with physical force. Cargo clamps change its position. The crew rejects the false route, choosing a harder opening to still leave beyond the danger line. Old skull, turn at full speed. Answer the threat with movement. Retreat. Robot arms swerve, guidance wheels fire. Cargo clamps rotate. Our space is out through the automated cargo depot.
burst obstruction, sensor heads, numbing to drive motors with collision. Those control levers across the only marked path. Front hands redirect, weight, rear shoulders guard against separation. A brief opening and appears near. Robot arms closes and returns at a different angle. The crew reads that rhythm and commits before the system can correct itself. Close by, the crew controls and moving, coordinated force still holds firm through impact. Only a thin route remains near robot arms. The rear line cannot see it, so hands relay direction through sleeves and shoulders. When guidance wheel shifts, everybody changes level together and crosses before the opening collapses through the death strike once more. With the resistance, cargo clamps rate, sensor heads, once the automated cargo depot loses its grip. Link hands carry the rear line through, and nobody surrenders position before the last obstacle falls behind. Nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains light formation through every sudden violence. The final signal dies. The side drive motor boost continue beyond the automated cargo depot, steady and synchronized until the hostile structure disappears behind sealed industrial walls. Through the yeah. Blue crawl across the breaker, crawl blue blue wine is crawl across the breaker cabinet inside the electrical switching yard. Bus bar spark nearby, copper traces and relay banks flicker without warning. Workers clear tilted lane as insulator short. Above the power lead surge, below switch panels arc. Dust, heat and impact tighten the root. Hand signal once, shoulders lock and the line advances before the surrounding structure can discharge. And every movement stays controlled under pressure. Bus bar strike, copper traces and the available distance contrast. Speeding shortens while the crew measures time and against relay banks. One weakness remains visible inside the electrical switching yard. Every hand prepares to exploit it on the same count. And bright markers expose a hidden revolt. Hit the critical point and keep the formation moving. Bus bar spark, copper traces flicker and relay banks short across the electrical switching yard. Coordinated force turns a hostile system against itself, while every link shoulder protects the next, and disciplined movement continues forward. Ay, farther inside, insulator surge, high powered leads arc above the crew. A secondary heavy cuts off the easy exit. Boots clear, loose fragments. Gloved hands pull the rear line through behind them. Switch panels discharge hard enough to erase their former position. The group keeps spacing as the floor shifts, and every warning changes pitch. And now coordinated force keeps every move line intact. Link shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Motion stops for several counts. Maximum strength exposes a brief opening between bus bars and copper traces. One signal passes backward without speech. Everybody commits together, converting stored pressure into a violent escape. Target's physical pointed, drive beyond the last resistance and leave the failed system fighting its own weight. Relay bank short, insulator surge, but all spacing remains exact. The crew clears the danger line as one unit, proving discipline force can outlast the surrounding threat. And inside the real line guards every exposed position. Behind the line, power leads settled into silence. The crew keeps moving, marked by impact but intact, while the electrical switching yard closes on empty ground and no. Yeah, beneath the transit deck, rivets jump from inside the elevator transit hub. Rivets shear nearby, cross beams and deck plates buckle without warning. Workers clear a tilted lane as support pins drop above, then concrete seams split below, hanging
once shoulders lock, and the line advances before the surrounding structure can crash. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Private strike cross beams, and the available distance contracts. Breathing shortens while the crew measures climbing against deck plates. One weakness remains visible inside the elevated transit hub. Every hand prepares to exploit it on the same count. Wow, hard boots. Small connections hold the whole machine. The critical point and keep the formation moving. Rivets shear, cross beams, buckle and deck plates drop across the elevated transit hub. Coordinated force turns the hostile system against itself, while every linked shoulder protects the next. Disciplined movement keeps driving through rising pressure.
Farther inside, support pin split while concrete seams tilt above the crew. A secondary failure cuts off the easy exit boots. Clear loose fragments, gloved hands pull the rear line through. Behind them hanging ducks crash hard enough to erase their form of position. The group keeps spacing as the floor shifts, and every warning changes pitch now.
Coordinated force keeps every moving line intact. Linked shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Motion stops for several counts. Maximum strain exposes a brief opening between rivets and cross beams. One signal passes backward without speech. Everybody commits together, converting stored pressure into a violent escape through the weakest physical point. Wow, hard boots. Drive beyond the last resistance and leave the failed system fighting its own way. Deck plates drop, support pins split, but our spacing remains exact. The crew clears the danger line as one unit, proving disciplined force can outlast the surrounding threat inside. The rear line guards every exposed position. Behind the line, concrete seams settle into silence. The crew keeps moving, marked by impact but intact, while the elevated transit hub closes on empty ground. Wow, hard boots. Yeah. Steel shutters descend behind the last patrol near the subterranean security sector. A sharp impact makes blast doors close. Seconds later, welded guerrillas drive into dead corridors. Across the floor, magnetic locks isolate without a stable pattern. Sealed hatches trap overhead, and concrete partitions seal beneath the crew. Instead of retreating, the link line lowers the center and advances through the narrowing space. Coordinated force still holds firm through impact. Pressure moves from blast doors into welded grills. Across the room, dead corridors and magnetic locks begin another violent cycle. The crew holds one final second, letting the hostile pattern expose its weakest timing. Before the counter-strike begins, before the make the move while access remains. Take the exposed line before it disappears. We pass blast doors, turn welded grills against dead corridors, and force a direct route through the subterranean security sector. Nobody breaks formation when the hostile mechanism hits back. Behind them, lock space and protects the final crossing. Dust and vibration hide the next change. Magnetic locks trap, force and sealed hatches toward concrete partitions. The lead pair drops low, crosses beneath the moving hazard and signals the others through. Behind them, blast doors close against welded grills. No one turns back. The boot exists only while their coordinated momentum keeps it open. The crew maintains formation through every shift. The crew maintains formation through every shift. Silence arrives between two violent cycles. The crew uses it to reset spacing around blast doors and welded grills. On the next impact, stored force travels forward through 12 bodies and breaks the resisting line cleanly. Coordinated force holds spacing hard through the final count of force. Dead corridors isolate
crew clears the subterranean security sector without losing formation, leaving only bent hardware and unanswered warnings behind. Before the final. Numbered units enter imperfect intervals inside the precision assembly chamber. Uniform rows align nearby floor grids and time doors repeat without warning.
Workers clear it till the latest white panels measure above the malign. Boots synchronized below rotating markers, index, dust, heat, and impact. Tighten the root, hand signal, one shoulder's locked in the line. Advances
Before the surrounding structure can reset, and every movement stays controlled under pressure.
Uniform rows strike floor grids and the available distance contracts. Breathing shortens while the crew measures time against time doors. One weakness remains visible inside the precision assembly chamber.
Every hand prepares to exploit it on the same count.
Call success into the crowded room. Hit the critical point and keep the formation moving. Uniform rows align, floor grids repeating time doors measure across the precision assembly chamber. Coordinated force turns the hostile system against itself, while every linked shoulder protects the next, and disciplined movement continues for. Farther inside, white panels synchronized while aligned boots index above the crew. A secondary failure cuts off the easy exit. Boots clear, loose fragments, gloved hands pull the rear line through behind them. Rotating markers reset hard enough to erase their former position. The group keeps spacing as the floor shifts and every warning changes pitch and nearby. The alert, united crew steadily
Maintains tight formation
through every sudden violent shift.
Motion stops for several counts. Maximum strain exposes a brief opening between uniform
Rows and floor grid. One signal passes backward without speech. Everybody commits together, converting store pressure into a violent escape through the weakest physical point. And try beyond the last resistance and leave the failed system fighting its own way. Time doors measure white panels synchronized, but our spacing remains exact. The crew clears the danger line as one unit, proving discipline. Force can outlast the surrounding threat, and linked shoulders remain tightly
aligned under pressure.
behind the line. Aligned boots settle into silence. The crew keeps moving, marked by impact but intact, while the precision
Assembly chamber closes on empty ground, and the pressure
grind through loudspeakers along the controlled housing block. On one side cameras track, on the other barriers for moving bodies against wrist tags. A hard signal since patrol lines sweep through the lane. Steel gates divide overhead while command towers confined below. Nobody waits for permission. The crew changes angle, protects the rear, and attacks the only route not yet erased. Now coordinated force keeps every moving line intact. Nobody speaks when cameras meet barriers. The next movement must pass between wrist tags and patrol lines before the route disappears. Eyes lock across the formation, weight shifts forward. The rear line closes every vulnerable gap. Disciplined movement continues forward. Make the black here I demand. Carry the whole crew through the narrowest opening. The cameras track behind us while pivots around seal gates where command towers expect to cross a damaged boundary. Two bodies brace the opening while the others pass equipment backward. Nothing moves cleanly now, yet the shared timing remains exact. When cameras track again, they use the impact to gain distance instead of losing it. Meanwhile, the unit crosses each hazard without separation. Discipline movement keeps driving through rising pressure. Half the system pauses in the wrong position. That mistake leaves cameras unguarded beside barriers. The crew does not rush it, gathers weight, aligns shoulders, and delivers one coordinated movement before the mechanism can recover. Link shoulders, stay fully aligned. Hold the opening until the final body crosses. Wrist takes the strain behind us. While patrol lines divide ahead, yet the formation never tears. Every hard step converts danger into distance and leaves the hostile structure consuming itself nearby. The alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Command towers fall quiet after the last crossing. Nobody looks back. 12 bodies leave the controlled housing block together, carrying damage as evidence rather than defeat. As the false directions spread beyond the district data exchange. The false records infect and broken packets forces forge timestamp sideways. The crew moves diagonally, duplicate voices replaced. No clear path remains up to files misdirect above. Noisy channels multiply below. One gloved hand marks the distance. Every shoulder follows, driving through the physical fall before it can conceal. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Warning cuts out halfway through its message. False records and broken packets answer with physical force. While forged timestamps change position, the crew rejects the false route, choosing a harder opening that still leads beyond the danger line until cross the live grid without hesitation. Answer the threat, movement not retreat. False records infect, broken packets distort. Forged timestamps replays our space and stays hard through the district data exchange. And the pressure meant to divide us becomes the force that drives us clear. Every movement stays controlled here. Beyond the first obstruction, duplicate voices misdirect into alter files. A collision throws noisy channels across the only marked path. Front hands redirect weight, rear shoulders guard against separation. A brief opening appears near, false records closes, then returns at a different angle. The crew reads the rhythm and commits before the system can correct itself. Close by, the crew controls every dangerous move. Coordinated force skill holds firm through impact. Only a thin route remains near false records. The rear line cannot see it, so hands relay direction through sleeves and shoulders. When broken packets shift, everybody changes level together and crosses before the opening collapses until direct evidence strike once more. Where the resistance has been forged timestamps replace, duplicate voices misdirect. The district data exchange loses its grip. Linked hands carry the real line through, and nobody surrenders position before the last obstacle falls behind. Nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. The final signal dies beside altered files. Routes continue beyond the district. Data exchange steady. Steady and synchronized until the hostile structure disappears behind industrial walls. Until direct Morning lamps pulse faster as overheated motors near the underground processing plant. A sharp impact makes cooling pipes overheat. Seconds later, Barrenhausen's driving to processor racks. Across the floor, dry belts ground without a stable pattern. Pressure gauges saturate overhead, and vent fans work beneath the crew instead of retreating. The link line lowers the center and advances through the narrowing space.
Coordinated force still holds firm through impact.
Pressure moves from cooling pipes into Barrenhausen's across the room. Processor racks and drive belts begin another violent cycle. The crew holds one final second, letting the hostile pattern expose its weakest time. And before the counter-strike begins,
Until then,
move opposite the directed flow. Take the exposed line before it disappears. We pass coolant pipes, turn Barrenhausen's against processor racks and force a direct route through the underground processing plant. Nobody breaks formation when the hostile mechanism hits back behind them. Lock space and protects the final hard exact crossing. Dust and vibration hide the next change. Dry belts saturate, forcing pressure gauges toward vent fans. The lead pair drops low, crosses beneath the moving hazard and signals the others through.
behind them.
Cooling pipes overheat against Barrenhausen's. No one turns back. The route exists only while they coordinate and momentum keeps it open.
Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift.
Silence arrives between two violent cycles. The crew uses it to reset spacing around coolant pipes and Barrenhausen's. On the next impact, stored force travels forward through 12 bodies and breaks the resisting line cleanly. Coordinated force holds firm. Keep the spacing hard through the final counter force. Processor racks grind beside drive belts, but coordinated movement stays unreadable. The crew exits together, leaving the hostile mechanism trapped inside the consequences of its own pressure. Still, disciplined bodies advance through the damage zone. Every movement stays controlled under rising pressure. Metal settles, the vent fan struck hardest.
The crew clears the underground processing plant without losing formation.
Leaving only bent hardware and unanswered warnings behind.
Until the weakest.
Yeah. Tension closing on the steel negotiation room on one side. Locked jaws compressed on the other. Load of springs, pins, moving bodies against steel vents. A heart signal sends heavy tables hold through the lane. Tight cable strain overhead while silent watches accumulate below. Nobody waits for permission. The crew changes angle, protects the rear and attacks the only route not yet erased. With linked shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Nobody speaks when locked jaws meet loaded springs. The next movement must pass between sealed vents and heavy tables before the route disappears. Eyes lock across the formation. Weight shifts forward. The rear line closes every vulnerable gap with loyalty. Street leaders settle power in private. Carry the whole crew through the narrowest opening. Let locked jaws compress behind us while loaded springs tighten ahead. We refuse the route imposed by sealed vents. One disciplined impact changes the geometry of the sealed negotiation room. With coordinated force still holds firm. Another route fails beside heavy tables. The crew pivots around tight cables. The silent watches wait across a damaged boundary. Two bodies brace the opening while the others pass equipment backward. Nothing moves cleanly now, yet the shared timing remains exact. When locked jaws compress again, they use the impact to gain distance instead of losing it. With nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Half the system pauses in the wrong position. That mistake leaves locked jaws unguarded beside loaded springs. The crew does not rush. It gathers weight, aligns shoulders, and delivers one coordinated movement before the mechanism can recover. With loyalty keeping hold of the opening until the final body crosses. Steel vents hold behind us while heavy tables strain ahead. Yet the formation never tears. Every hard step converts danger into distance and leaves a hostile structure consuming itself. With nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Silent watches fall quiet after the last crossing. Nobody looks back. 12 bodies leave the field.
negotiation room together, carrying damage as evidence rather than defeat with loyalty.
Past the final toll gantry, engines climb near the industrial expressway. A sharp impact makes engines accelerate. Seconds later, axles drives into tires. Across the floor, lane markers push the ground. Stable padding, guardrails overtake overhead, and turbo housings tear beneath the crew. Instead of retreating, the link line lowers the center and advances through the narrowing space. Nearby, the alert crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Pressure moves from engines into axles. Across the room, tires and lane markers begin another violent cycle. The crew holds one final second, letting the hostile pattern expose its weakest timing before the counter strike begins. Every movement stays controlled here. The infrastructure records our passage. Take the exposed line before it disappears. We pass engines, turn axles against tires, and force a direct route through the industrial expressway. Nobody breaks formation when the hostile mechanism hits back. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Dust and vibration have the next change. Lane markers overtake, forcing guardrails toward turbo housings. The lead pair drops low, crosses beneath the moving hazard, and signals the other through behind them. Engines accelerate against axles, no one turns back. The route exists only while the coordinated momentum keeps it open. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Nearby, the crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Silence arrives between two violent cycles. The crew uses it to reset spacing around engines and axles. On the next impact, stored force travels forward through 12 bodies and breaks the resisting line. Cleanly coordinated force holds firm through impact. Keep the space and hard through the final count of force. Tires push beside lane markers. The coordinated movement stays unreadable. The crew exits together, leaving the hostile mechanism trapped inside the consequences of its own pressure. Still disciplined bodies advance through the damage zone. Still disciplined bodies advance through the damage zone. Settled where turbo housing struck hardest. The crew clears the industrial expressway without losing formation, leaving only bent hardware and unanswered warnings behind. Link shoulders stay aligned. Shoulder to shoulder, the station crowd surges beyond the subway concourse. First crowds crushed, then railings forced. Turnstiles sideways. The crew moves diagonally as platforms. Their stampede, no clear path remains. Shut a kiosk, collide above. Police lines spill below. One gloved hand marks the distance. Every shoulder follows, driving through the physical fog before it can overrun. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. A warning cuts out halfway through its message. Crowds and railings answer with physical force while turnstiles change position. The crew rejects the false route, choosing a harder opening that still leads beyond the danger line. Coordinated force, earn command while the city sleeps. Answer the threat with movement, not retreat. Crowds crush, railings swing, turnstiles stampede. Our spacing stays hard through the subway concourse, and the pressure meant to divide us becomes the force that drives us clear beyond the line. Shoulders resist the surrounding mechanical heart exact pressure. Beyond the first obstruction, platform stairs collide in the shuttered kiosks. The collision throws police lines across the only marked path. Front hands reach crowds, the rear line cannot see it. So hands relay direction through sleeves and shoulders. When railings shift, everybody changes level. Together and crosses before the opening collapses. Discipline movement keeps driving forward. Strike once more where the resistance has thinned. Turnstile, stampede, platform stairs collide. The subway concourse loses its grip. Linked hands carry the real line through. And nobody surrenders position before the last obstacle falls behind. Behind them, locked spacing protects the final crossing. Linked shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. The final signal dies. Beside shutter kiosks, booths continue beyond the subway concourse. Steady and synchronized until the hostile structure disappears behind sealed industrial walls with everybody. Yeah. From stacked speaker walls, bass pressure punches along the border freight terminal. On one side, speaker cones resonate. On the other, window frames, pins, moving bodies against steel shutters. A heart signal sends concrete bass rupture through the lane. Roof panels vibrate overhead, while floor joints hammer below. Nobody waits for permission. The crew changes angle, protects the rear and attacks the route. Not get erased before the closing. Nobody speaks when speaker cones meet window frames. The next movement must pass between steel shutters and concrete bays before the roof disappears. Eyes lock across the formation. Weight shifts forward. The rear line closes every vulnerable gap before the convoy keeps pace past the border. Carry the whole crew through the narrowest opening. Let speaker cones resonate behind us while the frame shutter ahead. We refuse the route imposed by steel shutters. One discipline impact changes the geometry of the border freight terminal. Coordinated force still holds firm. Another route fails beside concrete bays. The crew pivots around roof panels with floor joints fracture across the dead boundary. Two bodies break the opening while the others pass equipment backward. Nothing moves cleanly now, yet the shared timing remains exact. When speaker cones resonate again, they use the impact to gain distance instead of losing it. Nearby, the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Half the system pauses in the wrong position. The mistake leaves speaker cones unguarded beside window frames. Crew does not rush, it gathers weight, aligns shoulders, and delivers one coordinated movement before the mechanism can recover. Before the closing. Hold the opening until the final body crosses. Steel shutters rupture behind us while concrete bays vibrate ahead. The formation never tears. Every heart step converts danger into distance and leaves the structure consuming itself. Nearby the alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Four joints fall apart after the last crossing. Nobody looks back. 12 bodies leave the border freight terminal together, carrying damage as evidence rather than defeat. Before the closing. Holding on from beyond the automated car. First robot arms for the guidance. Wheel forces, cargo clamps, rotate. No clear path remains. Drive motors, 100 above control levels, no below. One gloved hand marks the distance. Every shoulder follows, driving through the physical fall before they can overshoot. Meanwhile, the unit crosses. Each has it with a hard exact separation. Warning cuts out halfway through its message. Robot arms and guidance wheels and so with physical force. While cargo clamps change its position. The crew reaches the old route, choosing a harder opening that still leads beyond the danger line through. Old scores return at full speed. Answer the third one, not retreat, rotate. Robot arms swerve, wheels fire. Cargo clamps rotate. Our space is clear through the automated cargo depot.
the first obstruction. Sensor heads lunging to drive motors. The collision throws control levers across the only marked path. Front hands redirect way. Rear shoulders guarded in separation. A brief opening and appears near. Robot arms closes and returns at a different angle. The crew reads that rhythm and commits before the system can correct itself. Close by, the crew controls every dangerous movement. Coordinated force still holds firm through impact. Only a thin rail remains near robot arms. The rear line cannot see it. So hands relay direction through sleeves and shoulders. When guidance wheel shifts, everybody changes level together. Bring crosses before the opening collapses. It's like once more. Where the resistance had been. Cargo can't wait. Sensor heads once the automated cargo depot loses its grip. Linked hands carry the rear line through, and nobody surrenders position before the last obstacle falls behind. Nearby the alert crew maintains tight formation through every sudden violent shift. Final signal dies. The side drive motors boots continue beyond the automated cargo depot, steady and synchronized until the hostile structure disappears behind sealed industrial walls. Through the the electrical switching yard. Bus bar spark nearby. Copper traces and relay banks flicker without warning. Workers clear a tilted lane as insulator short. Above them power lead surge. Below switch panels arc. Dust, heat and impact tighten the root. Hand signal one, shoulders lock, and the line advances before the surrounding structure can discharge. And every movement stays controlled under pressure. Bus bar strike. Copper traces and the available distance contracts. Breathing shortens while the crew measures time and against relay banks. One weakness remains visible inside the electrical switching yard. Every hand prepares to exploit it on the same count. And bright markers expose a hidden revolt. Hit the critical point and keep the formation moving. Bus bar spark, copper traces flicker, and relay banks short across the electrical switching yard. Coordinated force turns a hostile system against itself, while every link shoulder protects the next. And disciplined movement continues forward. Ay, farther inside, insulator surge while power leads arc above the crew. A secondary failure cuts off the easy exit. Boots clear, loose fragments. Gloved hands pull the rear line through behind them. Switch panels discharge hard enough to erase their former position. The group keeps spacing as the floor shifts, and every warning changes pitch. And now coordinated force keeps every moving line intact. And shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Motion stops for several counts. Maximum strain exposes a brief opening between bus bars and copper traces. One signal passes backward without speech. Everybody commits together, converting stored pressure into a violent escape through the weakest physical point. Drive beyond the last resistance and leave the failed system fighting its own weight. Relay bank short, insulator surge, but our spacing remains exact. The crew clears the danger line as one unit, proving disciplined force can outlast the surrounding threat. Inside the real line guards every exposed position. Behind the line, power leads settle into silence. Crew keeps moving, marked by impact but intact. Wow, the electrical switching yard closes on empty ground. And no. Beneath the transit deck, rivets jump from inside the elevator transit hub. Rivets nearby, cross beams and deck plates buckle without warning. Workers clear a tilted lane as the floor pins drop above them. Concrete seams split below.
signal once shoulders lock, and the line advances before the surrounding structure can crash nearby. The crew maintains formation through every shift. Private strike cross beams, and the available distance contracts. Breathe and shores while the crew measures time against deck plates. One weakness remains visible inside the elevated transit hub. Every hand prepares to exploit it on the same count. Wow, hard boots. Small connections hold the whole machine. Hit the critical point and keep the formation moving. Rivets shear, cross beams buckle, and deck plates drop across the elevated transit hub. Coordinated force turns the hostile system against itself, while every link shoulder protects the next. Disciplined movement keeps driving through rising pressure.
Farther inside, support pins split while concrete seams tilt above the crew. Secondary failure cuts off the easy exit boots, clear loose fragments. Gloved hands pull the rear line through. Behind them hanging ducks crash hard enough to erase their form of position. The group keeps spacing as the floor shifts, and every warning changes pitch now.
Coordinated force keeps every moving line intact. Link shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Motion stops for several counts. Maximum strain exposes a brief opening between rivets and cross beams. One signal passes backward without speech. Everybody commits together, converting stored pressure into a violent escape through the weakest physical point. Wow, hard beats. Drive beyond the last resistance and leave the failed system fighting its own way. Deck plates drop, support pins split, but our spacing remains exact. The crew clears the danger line as one unit, proving disciplined force can outlast the surrounding threat inside. The rear line guards every exposed position. Behind the line, concrete seams settle into silence. The crew keeps moving, marked by impact, but intact, while the elevated transit hub closes on empty ground. Wow, hard boots. Yeah. Steel shutters descend behind the last patrol near the subterranean security sector. A sharp impact makes blast doors close. Seconds later, welded grillers drive into dead corridors. Across the flow, magnetic locks isolate without a stable pattern. Sealed hatches trap overhead, and concrete partitions seal beneath the crew instead of retreating. The link line lowers the center and advances through the narrowing space. Coordinated force still holds firm through impact. Yeah. Pressure moves from blast doors into welded grills. Across the room, dead corridors and magnetic locks begin another violent cycle. The crew holds one final second, letting the hostile pattern expose its weakest timing. Before the counter-strike begins, before the make the move while access remains. Take the exposed line before it disappears. We pass blast doors, turn welded grills against dead corridors, and force a direct route through the subterranean security sector. Nobody breaks formation when the hostile mechanism hits back. Behind them, lock space and protects the final crossing. Dust and vibration hide the next change. Magnetic locks trap force and sealed hatches toward concrete partitions. The lead pair drops low, crosses beneath the moving hazard, and signals the others through behind them. Blast doors close against welded grills. No one turns back. The brood exists only while their coordinated momentum keeps it open. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Nearby, the crew maintains formation through every shift. Silence arrives between two violent cycles. The crew uses it to reset spacing around blast doors and welded grills. On the next impact, stored force travels forward through 12 bodies and breaks the resisting line cleanly. Coordinated force hold firm. Keep the spacing hard through the final count. Corridors
Coordinated movement stays unreadable. The crew exits together, leaving the hostile mechanism trapped inside the consequences of its own pressure. Still disciplined bodies advance through the demic zone. Every movement stays controlled under rising pressure. Metal settles where concrete partitions struck hardest. The crew clears the subterranean security sector without losing formation, leaving only bent hardware and unanswered warnings behind before the final.
Numbered units enter imperfect intervals inside the precision assembly chamber. Uniform rows align nearby floor grids and time zones repeat without warning.
Workers clear a tilted lane as white panels measure above the malign. Boots synchronized below rotating markers, index, dust, heat and impact. Tighten the root, hand signal, one shoulders locked in the line. And advances before
The surrounding structure can reset, and every movement stays controlled under pressure.
yeah, uniform rows strike floor grids and the available distance contracts. Breathing shortens while the crew measures time against time doors. One weakness remains visible inside the precision assembly chamber.
Every hand prepares to exploit it on the same count. And
Call success into the crowded room. Hit the critical point and keep the formation moving. Uniform rows align, floor grids repeating time doors measure across the precision assembly chamber. Coordinated force turns the hostile system against itself while every linked shoulder protects the next and disciplined movement
continues forward.
farther inside, white panels synchronized while the line boots index above the crew. A secondary failure cuts off the easy exit boots clear, loose fragments, gloved hands pull the rear line through behind them. Rotating markers reset hard enough to erase their former position. The group keeps spacing as the floor shifts and every warning changes pitch and nearby. The alert united crew steadily
Maintains tight formation
through every sudden violent shift.
Motion stops for several counts. Maximum strain exposes a brief opening between uniform rows and floor grid.
One signal passes backward without speech. Everybody commits together, converting stored pressure into a violent escape through the weakest physical point. And try beyond the last resistance and leave the failed system fighting its own way. Time doors measure white panels synchronized, but our spacing remains exact. The crew clears the danger line as one unit, proving discipline force can outlast the surrounding threat, and linked shoulders remain tightly aligned under pressure. Behind the line, aligned boots settle into silence. The crew keeps moving, marked by impact but intact, while the precision
Assembly chamber closes on empty ground, and the
pressure. Grind through loudspeakers along the controlled housing block. On one side cameras track, on the other barriers pin moving bodies against wrist tracks. A hard signal sends patrol lines sweep through the lane. Steel gates divide overhead while command towers confined below. Nobody waits for permission. The crew changes angle, protects the rear, and attacks the only road not yet erased. Now coordinated force keeps every moving line intact. Nobody speaks when cameras meet barriers. The next movement must pass between wrist tags and patrol lines before the route disappears. Eyes lock across the formation, weight shifts forward. The rear line closes every vulnerable gap. Disciplined movement continues. lines. The crew pivots around steel gates where command towers inspect across the damaged boundary. Two bodies brace the opening while the others pass. Equipment backward, nothing moves cleanly now, yet the shared timing remains exact. When cameras track again, they use the impact to gain distance instead of losing it. Meanwhile, the unit crosses each hazard without separation.
Disciplined movement keeps driving through rising pressure.
Half the system pauses in the wrong position. That mistake leaves cameras unguarded beside barriers. The crew does not rush, it gathers weight, aligns shoulders, and delivers one coordinated movement before the mechanism can recover.
Link shoulders, stay fully aligned.
Hold the opening until the final body crosses. Wrist tags restrain behind us while patrol lines divide ahead. Yet the formation never tears. Every hard step converts danger into distance and leaves the hostile structure consuming itself nearby. The alert united crew steadily maintains tight formation through every
Sleeping through the evening at the managed death. Sleeping at the shallowest kind of breath. Comfortable in temperature controlled. Sleeping in the story I've been told was the only way to rest outside the night. Sleeping at the most protective height. Above the depth the evening actually runs. Sleeping through the most specific ones. Something hit the mattress from below. Something from the depth I didn't know was underneath the comfortable spring. Something hit and I felt everything. Eyes open at the hour I never use. Eyes open and the body can't refuse what the depth is broadcasting at this time. Eyes open to the evening's deepest climb. Out of the mattress and understood. Eyes open and the standing never could have happened at the managed hour of the day. Eyes open and I'm not going away from the version of the night I slept right through. Eyes open and the evening's overdue. Attention from the managed just woke up. Eyes open and I'm drinking from the cup. Snooze button was my most committed friend. Snooze button kept the waking at the end of the priority list. I followed each night. Snooze button guaranteed the managed flight. From the depth of evening, tried to surface, smashed the snooze and found the nerve I've been suppressing since the comfort was installed. Smashed the snooze and the body was appalled. At the years of the backbone and the deferment. Smashed the snooze and the most specific word my body screamed was the opposite of sleep. Smashed the snooze and the wake is running deep. Dawn isn't on the clock, it's in the chest. Dawn arrived at the most specific crest. Where the sleeping couldn't reach. Dawn is the most specific kind of breach. My body made it, the manager rest. Dawn proved the sleeping wasn't best. For the body that was built to be awake. Dawn is rising for the waking set. Not the solar kind, but the internal spark. Dawn arrived and lit up all the dark. I was sleeping through at the comfortable rate. Dawn is early and I never late. Eyes open at the hour I never use. Eyes open and the body can't refuse what the depth is broadcasting at this time. Eyes open to the evening's deepest evening flipped inside my skull tonight. Everything familiar lost its way to stay in the position that it held. Everything was shuffled and I yelled nothing because the ringing ain't the word. Everything is humming like the birds in the morning. Specific blow. Everything is ringing. I know this is what the careful never felt. Memory got scrambled at the drop. Memory decided it would stop. Violent things in the order occurred. Memory reshuffled every word I ever stored inside the cabinet. Memory and the evenings biggest bet landed on the same specific spot. Memory forgot what it forgot and what it was rearranged. And memory got hit and what came through was the version of the wild denied. Memory got scrambled and I cried, not from the pain but from the beautiful rewrite. Memory got scrambled and balance left the building with the hit. Said it wasn't built for it impacted equilibrium. Its bags, ballast left me walking in the zags of the most specific kind of lean. Balance left the most specific scene. My body's ever stays without the strain. Balance left and I appreciate the wobble that the balance never knew. Balance left and what it left me to was the most specific kind of feel. Balance left and nothing has been spilled. Protocol says rest in the dark room. Protocol says silence is the gloom. For the rattled and the recently impacted. Protocol says the evening overacted on the skull that should the blow. Protocol says the rattle shouldn't go back to the place that delivered the collision. Protocol can keep its safe decision. I'm heading back to where the ringing started. Protocol and I have finally parted ways at the entrance of the most specific sound. Protocol says yes, but I'm bound for the epicenter of the next delivered shake. Protocol can't rest for its onset. Everything is ringing at a pitch. Everything nearby it by the switch. Then the evening flipped inside my soul tonight. Everything familiar lost its right. Stay in the position that it held. Everything reshuffled and I yelled nothing because the ringing ain't the word. Everything is humming like the birds in the morning of the most specific. Everything is ringing and I know this is what the careful never felt. Protocol broken and I've dealt myself back into the evening's hardest hit. Ringing the sweetest reprimand. Something underneath my skull switched on a channel I was never tuned, drawn below the station where the conscience lives. A broadcast only the unconscious gives. Was running in the basement of my head, playing what the day and time never said out loud. Programming of the light, playing underneath and playing right. Antenna I didn't know I had. Caught a broadcast and it wasn't bad. Deepest thing my ears have ever found. Running underground without a sound. Tuned in.
screaming so loud the underground can't play. Turn the surface off and every block dissolved, and the underground was unlocked. At first the commercial couldn't sell. Underground is the evening's deepest well. Service never done beneath this schedule. Underground became my only metal. Deepest channel running past the known. I found a broadcast built for me alone. Isolation in the deepest gray, most specific on a wordless prey. Moscow delivers to the evening's dive, the widest and the most specific breath. But the hearse that language can't describe, evening's most persuasive kind of pride. For the ones who turn the surface volume down. Isolation is the evening's cry. For the ones who found it past the known. Deepest zone, my body's ever grown. Noise retired and the real took over. Isolation turned me into a rover. Tune into something underneath the noise. Got the most specific kind of voice. Moscow produces when the surface shuts its mouth. Riding on a wavelength, heading south of the conscious and the program. Afternoon, locked into the evening's deepest tune. Running at the hearse, the away can't hear. Tuned in to the broadcast is so clear. I can't believe the static hit it all this time. Locked into my skull's most secret room. Isolation runs and I won't change the dial. Underground broadcast is worth every mile. Reptilians to the wheel and deeper never went. Deeper than the intellectual rent. I pray to live inside your deeper in the elevator door. Opened at the basement of the skull. Deeper where the primitive is full of the instinct that the educated hid. Deeper in the basement flipped its lid. Oldest part of me just took the wheel. Oldest part decided what is real. Is it living in the penthouse of the thought? Oldest part is everything I forgot. Running on the oldest system now. Running on a code that doesn't bow to the update the modern installed on top. Running on a version that won't stop. For the software of the civilized and the new. Running on the ancients and the blue. That's the processing speed of the refined. Running on the code the modern left behind. In the basement of the skull where it was born. Running on the old. And I'm torn between the gratitude and the rage. Oldest code was locked behind a cage. Penthouse of the skull gets all the praise. Penthouse is the most specific maze of the overthought and the overdone. Penthouse is the most exhausting run I ever made inside my own head. Basement kept it simple, and instead of 17 committees that the top assembles before it takes a single step. Basement, they call it half a breath. Basement, between the life and death decisions at the speed the penthouse can. Basement is the most specific grand. Reptilian isn't primitive, it's precise. Reptilian doesn't need to ask you twice before it moves the body out the way. Reptilian is the most specific. Body has against overthought. Reptilian is the most specific mind and paid for honesty the skull contains. Reptilian runs the most efficient trains. Body at the fastest track. Reptilian doesn't need the feedback of the committee or the reason. Reptilian is the most specific.
to the update that the button installed on top. Running on the version that won't stop. For the software or the civilized. Running on the ancient and blue. Past the processes we refined. Running on the code the modern left behind. In the basement of the skull where it was born. Running on the oldest and untold. Between the gratitude and the rage. Oldest code was locked behind a cage. Reptilians with the wheel, and I'm alive. Basement runs the code, penthouse couldn't drive. Everything went white at the same time. Everything erased. The paradigm of the visible and the detail and the known. Everything went wide, and I was thrown into the blankest version of the light. Everything deleted by the light that arrived at the volume of VR. Everything went white, and I saw the fall of every reference point I used to hold. Everything went white, and I was sold on the beauty of the absolutely gone. Coordinates dissolved in the wash. Coordinates in every single patch. Reference point the careful had installed. Dissolved and the navigation stalled at the intersection of the every good. Coordinates were the most specific gun. My orientation played against the lost. Coordinates deleted at the cost of every landmark I was using as the proof. Coordinates dissolved beneath the roof of the evening at its most erasing core. Coordinates deleted, and I'm sure compass lost its north in the white. Compass spinning freely through the night. The deleted and the reference freeze on. Compass lost its magnetism, and the tone of the directed left the instrument behind. Compass is the most specific blind I've ever worn across the navigating land. Compass lost me, I abandoned the plan of the directed and the oriented straight. Compass lost and I appreciated the directionless the compass couldn't give when it was pointing north and telling me to live inside the reference and the landmarks line. Compass lost its north and I feel fine. Tabula rasa isn't empty, it's the page. Tabula rasa is the most specific stage. My skull forms when the written gets erased. Tabula rasa is the most specific taste of the unwritten and the not yet drawn. Tabula rasa is the evening's dawn of a skull that carries too much text. Tabula rasa is the most specific next chapter that the overwritten couldn't start. Tabula rasa is the evening's art and the deletion is the most creative act. Tabula rasa is the most specific pact between my skull and the beautiful blank. Tabula rasa is the evening's blank canvas that the overloaded never saw. Tabula rasa is the evening's law. Everything went white at the same time. Everything erased. The paradigm of the visible and the detail and the known. Everything went wide, and I was thrown into the blankest version of the night. Everything deleted by the light that arrived at the volume of the all. Everything went white, and I saw the fall. Every reference point I used to hold. Everything went white, and I was sold on the beauty of the absolutely gone. Tabula rasa is the evening song. Night is the most beautiful I've seen. White erase the most specific screen. the dormant just went online. At the hour, productive to bed. Something firing in the softest kind of way. My skull breaks at the temperature of the night. Something lit up in the dark, bright. The corridors are boarded up for you. Something firing past the vanished fears of what the unused might produce. Dormant section had its own specific dust. Dormant section had accumulated the rust of the decades since the last activity. Dormant section was the most specific city I abandoned in the snows. Urban sprawl. Dormant section didn't get a single call. Consciousness, the efficient took a chair. Dormant section was the attic up the stairs. Nobody climbs because the youth is on the ground. Dormant section made the most specific sound when the evening's depth arrived and flipped the switch. Dormant section woke without a glitch. Most people operate the ground floor of the brain. Most people live the stairs or the train to the upper levels where the unused waste. Most people live behind the most specific gates of the functional in the 9 to 5. I take the stairs on the floor alive up in the levels that the ground floor seals. The most specific kind of yield. My skull is ever harvested from the dark. Levels caught the evening spark. What the dormant had been growing and in the dust was richer than the ground floor's man. Trust. Neuroplastic is the evening's favorite word. Neuroplastic is the most specific word. Skull release when the rigid took a break. Neuroplastic is the most specific leg. My thinking swims in when the fix goes home. Neuroplastic let the richest chromosome relaxing. Neuroplastic is the most specific clue between the man I was and what the evening made. Neuroplastic is the most specific state. My skull plays when it comes to delta. Neuroplastic, richer wasn't right about the limits of the skull's potential. Neuroplastic, the evening shout is free. Something lit up in the tissue I forgot. Something firing in the most specific spot of the organ I was using. Something lit up in the dormant just went online. Different to bed. Something firing in the softest kind of way. My skull bakes at the temperature of the night. Something lit up in the went bright. And the corridors are boarded up for years. Something firing past the managed fears of what the unused might produce. Section walking took the lead. Upper floors are all I'll ever need. Vapor trail fading. Through the barrier with the most specific speed. Broke through and the atmosphere agreed to split apart for the body moving past. Broke through and the air itself was glass. By the velocity I carried through the wall. Broke through and the barrier took the fall. It had been holding since the careful set the max. Broke through and the air began to crack. Couldn't be undone. Barrier met the body on the run at the velocity, the recommended band. Barrier crumbled like a castle made of sand. I rattled every window on the block. Boom, I didn't need a key to unlock every seal and every shuttered and every closed. Let the neighborhood exposed to the volume that the speed of living makes. Boom, shattered every careful fake pane of glass. The comfortable installed. Boom, that left the evening most appalled. The beauty of the broken overhead. Boom, that woke the neighborhood from the dead. Silence of the managed and the sealed. Boom, that turned the pavement to a field. Speed limit was the most specific lie. Speed was the evening's alibi for keeping everybody competitive. I drew the most specific race between the comfortable and the capable. I knew the speed limit in the gap was full of the vacuum that the velocity creates. Speed limit was the most specific gates I ever crashed through with the body's top. Speed limit tried to make the evening stop. The comfortable and the recommended cruise. Speed limit lost and I had nothing left to lose. Across the evening sky, vapor trail is the most specific why I left behind for the ones who watch me pass. Vapor trail written on the evening glass. Maybe the only explanation that I know. Vapor trail is the most specific show. My body staged across the overhead. Vapor trail through what words never said about the speed recommended. Couldn't hold. Vapor trail is the most specific bold signature I left across the dark. Vapor trail is the evening's longest walk. That rattled every window on the block. Boom. Didn't need a key to unlock every sound and every shut it and every close. Boom. That left the neighborhood exposed to the volume and speed of living makes boom. That shattered every careful frame made of glass. The comfortable installed. That left it moving most above. At the beauty of the broken overhead. Now woke the neighborhood from the dead. Silence of the managed and the sealed. Boom. That turned the pavement into a field. Vapor trail fading, but the windows stay cracked. Boom, delivered, and there's no taking it back. Finger on the button, and I'm not negotiating. Finger on the mechanism, and I'm underrated. Whether the control to the released is the move. Finger pressed in everything I had to prove about the managed version. Disappeared in the cloud. Finger pressed, and the quiet got loud. At the decibel, the contain never reach. Finger on the button, as the evenings teach on the difference between the head and the let. Finger pressed, and I have no regret about the mushroom rising from my chest. Countdown was my heartbeat getting fast. Countdown was the most specific last thing the manage heard. The switch. Countdown is the most specific itch my body scratches. The most specific hour. Countdown is the most specific power I have over the contain and the compressed. Countdown reached the zero in my chest, and what the zero introduced to the head was louder than the countdown. Never yelled on the way to the most specific place. Countdown reached the zero in the air. Safety cap was meant to stop the thumb. Safety cap was keeping me from dumb. According to the ones who built the box. Safety cap is the most specific lines between my decision and the evening's boom. I walked the safety cap across the room, and with the unprotected button off it was the most specific thing I've ever authored. In the manuscript of the managed and the neat. Safety cap is somewhere on the street where the keeper picks it up and puts it back. I flip the cap and I prefer the crack. Payload was the everything I stored. Payload was the most specific hoard of the compressed and the managed and the tight. Payload detonated in the night. Received the most specific kind of bloom. Payload for the evening's empty room with the contents of the managed at the burst. Payload satisfy the evening's thirst for the version of the man past the contain. Payload is the most specific range. Down version of the everything I kept. Payload detonated while they slept. Finger on the button, and I'm not negotiating. Finger on the mechanism, I'm underrated. Whether the control to the release is the move. Finger pressed in everything I had to prove about the managed version. Disappeared in the cloud. Finger pressed, and the quiet got loud. At the decibel, the contain can never reach. Finger on the button is the evening's tea. thing I've got. The sounded at my door. Arrange the furniture and floor before the ears had time to register. The source arrived on its own invisible course. Still in the audible could chase. Arrived and redesigned my living space. Before the conscious caught the wind of what was coming through the walls of every show. Invisible wall of pressure moving fast. Invisible and the furniture didn't last a second in the position that it held. Invisible and the room just yelled. Hit me before I heard it coming. Hit me beneath the surface of the skin. At the speed the sound was chasing but too late. Hit me in the body. File the paperwork of hurt. Hit me in the word before the audible had finished its commute. Hit me at the most specific route below the hearing and above the felt. Hit me at the temperature that melts my standing into the rearranged and moved. Hit me in the body. Too slow, the evening sense. Ears are the bureaucratic kind of friends who process everything in the managed queue. It missed what the body already knew. Had landed in the chest. The silent speed is the last to know and the last to read what the body's been responding to. All is falling apart, but the body's right. About the order of the evening's drill receipt. Ears of the slowest stroking on the street. Body cutting first and then ears complete. Ears of the most specifically outrageous. Supersonic is the only way to lose. Supersonic is the evening's deepest grooves. Arriving at the body was the hurt. Supersonic beat the spoken word to the destination of my open chest. Supersonic is the evening's best. Delivery of the most specific kind. Supersonic doesn't do the lines of the manageable and the audible kind. Supersonic left the herd behind at the starting line of the evening's race. Supersonic won and took first place in the body before the ears could file. Supersonic beat them by a mile. It's still processing yesterday's load. Supersonic already rode the show. Hit me before I heard it coming. Hit me underneath the surface of the skin. At the speed the sound was chasing but too late. Hit me in the body, couldn't wait for the years to file the paperwork of hurt. Hit me in the body, got the word before the audible had finished its commute. Hit me at the most specific route below the hearing and above the felt. Hit me at the temperature that melts my standing into the rearranged and moved. Hit me in the body, just to prove. Supersonic in the race again tonight. I felt it first and the ears lost the fight. Landing at the center of my chest tonight. Landing at the coordinates of the right spot between the garden and the landing and I wasn't standing there by accident or the casual kind of drift. Landing at the center of the gift. My body gave itself by staying put. Landing at the center of my foot. Didn't move an inch from where I stood. Landing at the center felt so good. The next one landed here too. Everybody before it hits. Everybody calculates and quits before the contact makes its deepest mark.
starting playing host, 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 host. Blast radius was wider than the plan. Blast radius extended past the land I thought was mine into the territory. Blast radius rewrote my inventory of the body parts that felt the way. Blast radius turned me from the brave into the rearranged in the redesign. Blast radius left nothing behind of the shape I walked in with tonight. Rearranged and every bone feels right in the new position that the landing drew. Blast radius made me someone new. Ground zero isn't where the damage lives. Ground zero is the place that healing gives its most specific lesson to the state. Ground zero is where the foundation is laid for the version of the body post-arrival. Ground zero is the ultimate survival of the man who chose the center over the edge. Ground zero is the evening's firmest pledge to the ones who feel that others wouldn't dare. Ground zero proved that I was always there, waiting for the letting that would rearrange. Ground zero is the most beautiful kind of strength. Landing at the center of my chest tonight. Landing in the coordinates of the right spot between the garden and the bear. Landing and I wasn't standing there by accident or the casual kind of drift. Landing at the center is the gift. My body gave itself by staying put. Landing at the center of my life. Didn't move an inch from where it stood. Landing at the center felt so good. I let the next one land here too. Ground zero is the only place I knew could take me and turn it into home. Center of the blast is where I roam, 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 roam. Been through the evening at the managed depth. Sleeping at the shallowest kind of breath. Comfortable in temperature controlled. Sleeping in the story I'd been told. The only way to rest inside the night. Sleeping at the most protective height. Above the depth the evening actually runs. Sleeping through the most specific ones. Something hit the mattress from below. Something from the depth I didn't know was underneath the comfortable spring. Something hit and I felt everything. Eyes open at the hour I never knew. Eyes open and the body can't refuse what the depth is broadcasting this time. Eyes open to the evening's deepest climb. Out of the mattress and into the street. Eyes open and a standing never could have happened at the managed hour of the day. Eyes open and I'm not going away from the version of the night I see right through. Eyes open and the evening's overdue. Attention from the man who just woke up. Eyes open and I'm drinking from the cup. The snooze button was my most committed friend. Snooze button kept the waking at the end of the priority list I filed each night. Snooze button guaranteed the managed flight. From the depth the evening tried to serve. I smashed the snooze and found the nerve. I didn't suppress it since the comfort was installed. Smashed the snooze and the body was appalled. At the years of the postponement deferred. Smashed the snooze and the most specific word. My body screamed was the opposite of sleep. Smashed the snooze and the awakens from the deep. Dawn isn't on the clock, it's in the chest. Dawn arrived at the most specific crest of the evening where the sleeping couldn't reach. Dawn is the most specific kind of breach. My body made against the managed rest. Dawn proved the sleeping wasn't best for the body that sky. Snooze is mad. I am finally alive. Everything is ringing at a everything rewired by the switch. That the evening flipped inside my skull tonight. Everything familiar lost its right. Stay in the position that it held. Everything was shuffled and I yelled. The ringing in the world. Everything is humming like the birds in the morning. Specific blow. Everything is ringing. I know this is what the careful never felt. Memory got scrambled at the drop. Memory decided it would stop. Violent things in the order they occurred. Memory reshuffled every word I ever stored inside the cabinet. Memory and the evening's biggest bet landed on the same specific spot. Memory forgot what it forgot and what it kept was rearranged. And new memory got it and what came through was a version of the past. The file denied. Memory got scrambled and I cried. Not from the pain but from the beautiful rewrite. Memory got scrambled and it's right. Let's leave the building with the hit. Balance said it wasn't built for it. Impact its equilibrium. It's bags. Balance like we walking in the zags of the most specific clean. Bound, balance left the most specific scene. My body's ever stays with the straight balance. Appreciate the wobble that the balance never knew. Balance left and what it left me to was the most specific. Balance left and nothing has been spilled. Protocol says rest in the dark room. Protocol says silence is the gloom. Before the rattled and the recently impacted. Protocol says the evening overacted. On the skull that should blow. Protocol says the rattle shouldn't go back to the place that delivered collision. Protocol can keep its safe decision. I'm heading back to where the ringing started. Protocol and I have finally parted. Raising the hands of the most specific sound. Protocol says rest, but I'm bound for the epicenter of the next delivered shake. Protocol can't rest for its own sake. Everything is ringing at a pitch. Everything rewired by the switch. Like the evening flipped inside my soul tonight. Everything familiar lost its right. Stay in the position that it held. Everything reshuffled and I yelled. Nothing because the ringing ate the word. Everything is humming like the birds in the morning. Specific blow. Everything is ringing and I know this is what the careful never felt. Protocol is broken and I've dealt myself back into the evening's hardest hand. Ringing is the sweetest reprimand. Something underneath my skull switched on a channel I was never tuned to, drawn below the station where the conscious lives. A broadcast only the unconscious gives. Was running in the basement of my head, playing what the daytime never said out loud in the program. into my skull the most secret Most people looking at the broadcast up on commercial in the schedule, but the surface level programming all day, listening so loud the underground can't play. Acts on the surface off and every block dissolved, and the underground was unlocked. The hearse, the commercial couldn't see. Underground is the evening's deepest bell. Surface put up beneath this schedule. Underground became my only metal. Deepest channel in the past and known. I found a broadcast built for me alone. Isolation in the deepest way. Most specific on a wordless play. Moscow delivers to the evening staff. The widest and the most specific breath. The hearse that language can't describe. Evening's most persuasive kind of vibe. For the ones who turn the surface volume down. Isolation is the evening's crown. For the ones who found it past the known. The deepest zone my body's ever grown. Though he's retired and the real took over. Isolation's hurt me into a rover. Tune in as caught the most specific kind of voice Moscow produces when the surface shuts its mouth. Riding on a wavelength. South of the conscious in the program. Afternoon, locked into the evenings. Deep in tune, running at the hearse the away. Can't hear tuned in. The podcast is so clear. I can't believe the static hit it all this time. Locked into my skull, most secret rhyme. Isolation runs and I won't change the dial. Underground broadcast is worth the while. Took the wheel and lie deeper than the thinking ever went. Deeper than the intellectual rent. I paid to live inside the upper floor. Deeper in the elevator door. Open the basement of the skull. Where the primitive is full of the instinct that the educated hid. Deeper in the basement flipped its lid. Oh, this part of me just took the wheel. Oh, this part decided what is real. Is it living in the penthouse of the thought? Oh, this part is everything I forgot. Running on the oldest operating system now. Running on a code that doesn't bow to the update that the modern installed on top. Running on a version that won't stop. For the software of the civilized and the running on the ancients and the blue. Past the processing speed of refined. Running on the code the modern left behind. In the basement of the skull where it was born. Running on the oldest, and I'm torn between the gratitude and the rage. Oldest code was left behind a cage. Penthouse of the skull gets all the praise. Penthouse is the most specific maze of the overdone and the overdone. Penthouse is the most exhausting one I ever made inside my own head. Basement kept it simple. And instead of the 17 committees that the top assembles before, it takes a single step. Basement with the credit out, or back basement operates between the life and death decisions at the speed the penthouse can. Basement is the most specific brand. Reptilian isn't primitive, it's precise. Reptilian doesn't ask you twice before it moves the body out the way. Reptilian is the most specific side my body has against overthought. Reptilian is the most Everything at the same time, everything erased. The paradigm of the visible and the detailed and the known. Everything went wide, and I was thrown into the blankest version of the night. Everything deleted by the light that arrived at the volume of VR. Everything went white, and I saw the fall of every reference point I used to hold. Everything went white, and I was sold on the beauty of the absolutely gone. Coordinates dissolved in the wash. Coordinates in every single posh. Reference the camera had installed. Dissolved in the navigation stalled at the intersection of the every good. Coordinates were the most specific. My orientation played against the lost. Coordinates deleted at the cost of every landmark I was using as the proof. Coordinates dissolved beneath the roof of the evening at its most erasing pour. Coordinates deleted, and I'm sure. There's nothing to white. Spinning freely through the night of the deleted and the reference. Compass lost its magnetism, and the tone of the directed left the instrument behind. Compass is the most specific blind I've ever worn across the navigated man. Compass lost when I abandoned the plan of the directed and the oriented straight. Compass lost and I appreciate the directionless the compass couldn't give when it was pointing north and telling me to live inside the reference landmark line. Compass lost its north and I feel fine. Tabula rasa isn't empty, it's the page. Tabula rasa is the most specific stage. My skull performs on when the written gets erased. Tabula rasa is the most specific taste. Off of the unwritten and get drawn. Tabula rasa is the evening's dawn. It's all that carry too much text. Tabula rasa is the most specific next chapter that the overwritten couldn't start. Tabula rasa is the evening's art. The deletion is the most creative act. Tabula rasa is the most specific act between my skull and the beautiful blank. Tabula rasa is the evening's blank canvas that the overloaded never sold. Tabula rasa is the evening's law. Everything went white at the same time. Everything erased. The paradigm of the visible and the detail and the known. Everything went wide, and I was thrown into the blankest version of it. Everything deleted by the light that arrived at the volume of the all. Everything went white, and I saw the fall. Every reference point I used to hold. Everything went white, and I was sold on the beauty of the absolute. Is the evening song. Night is the most beautiful I've seen. White is the most specific screen. Something lit up to shoot I forgot. Something firing in the most specific spot of the organ I was using at 10%. Something lit up and the dormant just went online. Productive to bed. Something firing in the softest kind of breath. Skull bakes at the temperature of the night. Something lit up and the doing bright. In the corridors I boarded up for years. Something firing past the managed fears of what the unused might produce. Dormant section had its own specific dust. Dormant section had accumulated the rust of the decades since the last activity. Dormant section was the most specific city I abandoned in the skulls. Suburban sprawl. Dormant section didn't get a single call from the consciousness deficient of the chair. Dormant section was the attic upstairs. Nobody clapped because the news is on the ground. Dormant section made the most specific sound when the evening's depth arrived and flicked the switch. Dormant section woke without a glitch. Most people operate the ground floor of the brain. Most people never take the stairs or the train to the upper levels where the unused waste. Most people live behind the most specific gates. The functional in the 9 to 5. Stairs and what I found alive. Up the levels of the ground floor. See what was the most specific kind of yield my scholars ever harvest from the dark. Upper levels of the evening spark. And what the domain had been growing in the dust was richer than the ground floor, man. Trust. Neuroplastic is the evening's favorite word. Neuroplastic is the most specific bird. My skull released when the rigid took away. Neuroplastic is the most specific leg. My thinking swims in when the fix goes home. Neuroplastic is the richest chromosome. Relaxing to the flexible and the new. Neuroplastic is the most specific glue. To the man I wasn't what the evening made. Neuroplastic is the most specific state. My skull plays when it calls a delta at night. Neuroplastic, which it wasn't right. About the limits of the skull's potential. Neuroplastic, the evening's something lit up in the tissue I forgot. Something firing in the most specific spot of the organ I was using at 10%. Something lit up in the conscious when online every hour productive into bed. Something firing in the softest kind of brain. All breaks at the temperature of the night. Something lit up in the dim when it's bright. In the corridors I put it up for years. And firing past the managed fears of what the use might produce. Got the rigid loose. Dormant action walking took the lead. All floors are all I'll ever need. Vapor trail fading. Broke through the barrier at the most specific speed. Broke through and the atmosphere agreed to split apart for the body moving past. Broke through and the air itself was glass by the velocity I carried through the wall. Broke through and the barrier took the fall. It had been holding since the careful set the broke through and the air began to crack. Barrier thought it couldn't be undone. Barrier met the body on the run at the velocity, the recommended band. Barrier crumbled like a castle made of sand. Boom, that rattled every window on the block. Boom, that didn't need a key to unlock every set and every shutter and every close. Boom, that left the neighborhood exposed to the volume that the speed of living makes. Boom, that shattered every careful fake pane of glass. The comfortable installed. Boom, that left the evening most appalled at the beauty of the broken overhead. Boom, that woke the neighborhood from the dead. Silence of the managed and the sealed. Boom, that turned the pavement to a field. Speed limit was the most specific lie. Speed limit was the evening's alibi for keeping everybody. Speed limit drew the most specific race between the comfortable and the capable. I blew the speed limit and the gap was full of the vacuum that the velocity creates. Speed limit was the most specific gaze I ever crashed through at the body. Speed limit tried to make the evening stop. The comfortable and the recommended crew. Speed limit lost and I left and left to lose. Across the evening sky. Vapor trail is the most specific. I left behind for the ones who watch me pass. Vapor trail written sealed every window. Boom! They didn't need a key to unlock every shield and every shut it and every close. Boom! They left the neighborhood exposed to the volume at the speed of living makes. Boom! The child very careful fate made of glass, comfortable and strong. That left them living most of all. At the beauty of the broken overhead. Oh, now woke the neighborhood from the dead. Silence of the managed and the sealed. Boom! That turned the pavement to a field. Paper trail fading, but it'll stay cracked. Boom, delivered, and there's no taking it back. Negotiating, finger on the mechanism, and I'm done debating whether the control to the released is the move. Finger pressed in everything I had to prove about the managed version disappeared in the cloud. Finger pressed and the quiet got loud at the decibel the content could never reach. Finger on the button is the evening's teach on the difference between the held and the let. Finger pressed and I have no regret about the mushroom rising from my chest. Countdown was my heartbeat fast. Countdown was the most specific last thing I managed heard before the switch. Countdown is the most specific. Each my vice is the most specific. Countdown is the most specific power. Have over the contain and the compressed. Countdown reach the zero in my chest. And what the zero introduced to the hell was harder than the countdown ever yelled. On the way to the most specific press. Countdown reach the zero in the air. Safety cap was meant to stop the thumb. Was keeping me from dumb, according to the ones who built the box. Safety cap is the most specific and locks between my decision and the evening's boom. I put the safety cap across the room, and with the unprotected button offered was the most specific thing I've ever authored. And the manuscript of the managed and the new safety cap is somewhere on the street where the keeper picks it up and puts it back. I flip the cap and I prefer the crack. Payload was the everything I stored. Payload was the most specific horde of the compressed and the managed and the tight. Payload detonated in the night. The most specific kind of blue. Payload the evening's empty room with the contents of the managed at the burst. Payload satisfy the even stir. The version of the man past the contain is the most specific rain. Down version of the everything I kept. Payload detonated while they slept. Finger on the negotiating. Finger on the mechanism. Waiting whether the control to the released is the move. Finger pressed in everything I had to prove about the managed version. Disappeared in the cloud. Finger pressed and the quiet got loud at the decibel the content could never reach. Finger on the button is the evening's teach on the difference between the held and the let. Finger pressed and I have no regret about the mushroom ride from my chest. Payload bloomed and I gave it my best. Safety cap is gone, so it's the contained. Detonation is the most beautiful thing I've gained. Arrived before the sound did at my door. Arrived and rearranged the furniture and floor before the ears had time to register. The source arrived on its own invisible core. Below the hearing and above the felt. Hit me the temperature that melts. My standing into the rearranged and moved. Hit me in the body. Just to prove ears are too slow for the evening sense. Ears are the bureaucratic kind of friends who process everything in the manicure. Ears missed what the body already knew. Landed in the chest at the silent speed. Ears are the last to know and the last to read what the body's been responding to. All night is filed the report, but the body's right about the order of the evening's still receipt. Ears are the slowest talking on the street. Body caught it first and the ears complained. Ears are the most specifically our brains. Supersonic is the only way it moves. Supersonic is the evening's deepest groove. Driving in the body past the herd. Supersonic is going to the destination of my open chest. Supersonic is the evening's best. Delivery of the most specific one. Supersonic doesn't do the lunch. The manageable and the audible kind. Supersonic with the herd behind it. The starting line of the evening's free. Supersonic one that took first place in the body before the ears could file. Supersonic beat them by a mile. It's still processing yesterday's load. Supersonic already rolled the shot. Hit me under the surface of the skin. At the speed the sun was chasing up to it. Hit me on the body. Couldn't wait for the years to file the paperwork of her. Hit me in the body, got the word before the audible had finished its commute. Hit me at the most specific ground. Below the hearing and above the felt. Hit me at the temperature that melts. My standing into the rearranged and moved. Hit me in the body, just a groove. Supersonic in the race again tonight. Body felt it first and the ears lost the fight. Landing at the center of my chest tonight. Landing at the coordinates of the right spot between the garden and the bear. Landing and I wasn't standing there by accident or the casual kind of drift. Landing at the center is the gift. My body gave itself by staying put. Landing at the center in my foot. Didn't move an inch from where it stood. Landing at the center felt so good. I let the next one land here too. Everybody runs before it hits. Everybody calculates and quits before the contact makes its deepest mark. Everybody scatters in the dark of the anticipated embrace. I stood exactly where the evening placed my body at the epicenter's mouth. Everybody else was heading south while I was heading into what they fled. Standing where the impact overhead was calculated to deliver most. Standing at the spot. Blast radius was wider than I planned. Blast radius extended past the land I thought was mine into the territory. Blast radius rewrote my inventory of the body parts that felt the wave. Blast radius turned me from the brave into the rearranged and the redesigned. Blast radius left nothing behind of the shape I walked in with tonight. Rearranged and every bone feels right in the new position that the landing drew. Blast radius made me someone new. Ground zero isn't where the damage lives. Ground zero is the place that evening lives. It's most specific blessing to the state. Ground zero is where the foundation's laid for the version of the body post arrive. Ground zero is the ultimate survival of the man who chose the center over the edge. Ground zero is the evening's firmest pledge to the ones who stand when others wouldn't dare. Ground zero proved that I was always there. Waiting for the landing that would rearrange. It's the most beautiful kind of strange. Landing at the center of my chest tonight. Landing at the coordinates of the right spot between the garden and the bed. Landing and I wasn't standing there by accident or the casual kind of drift. Landing at the center is the gift. My body gave itself by staying put. Landing at the center of my foot. Didn't move an inch from where it stood. Landing at the center felt so good. I let the next one land here too. Ground zero is the only place I knew it to be. Turn it into home. Center of the blast is where I roam, 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 roam. Been through the evening at the managed depth. Sleeping at the shallowest kind of breath. Comfortable in temperature controlled. Sleeping in the story I've been told was the only place inside the night. Sleeping at the most protective height. Above the depth the evening actually runs. Sleeping through the most specific ones. Something hit the mattress from below. Something from the depth I didn't know was underneath the comfortable spring. Something hit and I felt everything. Eyes open, the hour I never use. Eyes open and the body can't refuse what the depth is broadcasting at this time. Eyes open to the evening's deepest climb. Out of the mattress and into the stood. Eyes open and the standing never could have happened at the managed hour of the day. Eyes open and I'm not going away from the version of the night I slept right through. Eyes open and the evening's overdue. Attention from the man who just woke up. Eyes open and I'm drinking from the cup. The snooze button was my most the snooze button kept the wake at the end. Already list I filed each night. Snooze button guaranteed the managed flight. From the depth the evening tried to serve. I smashed the snooze and found the nerve. I've been suppressed since the comfort was installed. Smashed the snooze and the body was appalled at the years of the postponed and the deferred. Smashed the snooze and the most specific word. My body scream was the opposite of sleep. Smashed the snooze and the wake is running deep. Dawn isn't on the clock, it's in the chest. Dawn arrived at the most specific crest of the evening where the sleeping couldn't reach. Dawn is the most specific kind of breach. My body made against the managed rest. Dawn proved the sleeping wasn't best for the body that was built to be awake. Dawn is rising for the waking say. Not the solar kind, but the internal spark. Dawn arrived and lit up all the dark. I was sleeping through at the comfortable rate. Dawn is early and I'm never late. Eyes open at the hour I never use. Eyes open and the body can't refuse what the depth is broadcasting at this time. Eyes open to the evening's deepest climb. Out of the mattress and into the stood. Eyes open and the standing never could have happened at the managed hour of the day.
Conditions deteriorate rapidly, resources thin, environmental war, resilience.
Over comfort, exposure, film tape, fragility, exits early, durability, accumulates advantage through persistence.
Every cycle moves beyond prepared. Pressure selects without bias, continue weavers. Those adapted to strength. Survival is not preference, it is outcome produced by resistance under vapors. The heart and endurance outlast. Volatility persists when conditions degrade. Resilience defines continuation.
Experience complex into efficiency, reaction sharpen as tolerance grows, adversity becomes familiar terrain. The hardened conserve energy while others exhaust themselves. Survive becomes shield, not protection.
Hardening is accumulation of strain. Process successfully, resilience is memory stored in structure. Not thought. Set by your faith is the heart.
Boundaries drawn with intent. Define operational space, awareness sharpens near. Cautions every marker, signals, consequences, lines of change. Force and negotiate passage and movement, approaching the edge. Interest, tension systems, prime responses, proximity, escalates and truth, conversion into action instantly.
Thresholds do not warn twice detection. Activates reaction. The line exists to trigger response.
Crossing line.
Crossing lines triggers force contact. Initiates reaction. Defense accelerate without bay. Boundaries enforce outcome automatically.
Repeated tests confirm reliability. Response time shortens with each breach. Escalation protocols refine themselves through use. Force distribution becomes efficient, precise, and final. Deterrence is maintained by certainty, not threat hesitation. Removed from the equation by design.
Lines are functional, not symbolic. They compress decision into action. Certainty replaces ambiguity when boundaries are enforced. Crossing lines. Crossing lines. Crossing lines. Crossing lines. Crossing lines.
Yeah, gates, narrow corridors, compress sidelines. Shorten entries, controlled by will alone. Every step challenges certainty, various tests. Patience and posture advancement requires clarity of purpose. No drift tolerated, no hesitation. Loud movement filtered through resolve under watchful pressure. Access is denied to uncertainty. The threshold returns in hesitation. Triggers closure, commitment unlocks progression. No passes without resolve. Entry demands decision pressure. Verifies intention. Only those fixed in purpose move forward through restriction. Move forward through restriction. Obstacles cycle in layers, each designed to expose doubt. Time pressure amplifies consequence, forcing alignment between thought and action. Progress is earned through consistent commitment, not bursts of effort. Results sustains momentum when resistance escalates.
Resolve acts as key and shield. Determination shapes openings where walls appear. The environment responds to certainty more than force.
No passes without resolve. Entry demands decision pressure. Verified intention. Only those fixed in purpose move forward through restriction. Move forward through restriction.
Doors seal behind footsteps. Continue forward. The path remains open.
The moment narrows into a single line, options flash then vanish under urgency. Weighing ends, action begin and hardens the instant choice is made. I step past the threshold, knowing return is illusion. Finality sharpens, focus path behind, collapse and my memory down loses leverage. Once direction locks forward, becomes mandatory. Choose once without retreat. Decision seals the frame. No revision, no fallback. Resolve replaces safety. Commitment defines survival. Defines survival.
Every consequence accepted up front. Hesitation taxed heavily in this zone. Progress demands full entry. Partial steps fail quickly. Absorb, unpack, and continue forward. Reinforcing choice with action until it becomes irreversible.
There is clarity and no return. Simplicity and closed doors energy. Conserved by refusal to look back. The mind steadies once escape is denied. Choose once without retreat. Stand inside the decision until it holds forward. Motion turns choice into fact. Divine survival. Divine survival. Footsteps fade into distance. Nothing follows, the line remains unbroken. Nothing stands still long enough to explain itself, the field shifts. With every step, inertia waits to punish hesitation. I commit to direction before certainty arrives. Speed replaces debate, trajectory chosen in motion, not in pausing. Acceleration locks the path options. Collapse behind me, momentum carries consequence. Forward hesitation dissolves once velocity takes hold. Motion decides the outcome, direction outweighs intention, movement, defined result. Stillness invites loss, the path answers only to force applied in time.
I adjust while advancing, correcting mid-stride. Learning through movement, impact provides data faster than theory. Each second compounds commitment. The longer I move, the fewer questions remain, only execution.
Flow replaces, planning rhythm governs choice. Motion teaches clarity, the body understands what the mind delays. Velocity becomes decision made. Physical motion decides the outcome, drive commits the future. Once movement starts, full reversal cause too much to consider. Engines taper down, tracks settle, dust hangs briefly then clears.
I anchor feet again, shifting ground, shoulder square to the low. Collapse, circles close, but I remain vertical. Bones lock into purpose, breath steady under strain. The frame learns endurance through repetition. Stress tests every joint, yet the core refuses to bend. The weight presses down, searching for cracks.
Counting seconds to failure.
I answer with alignment, spine.
True will engaged, nothing wasted, nothing loose. Stand firm against collapse, hold the line when pressure peaks are made. Intact as systems fail, stability is an active force. Maintain second by second. Stand firm against collapse, hold the line when pressure peaks are made. Intact as systems stability is an active force. Maintain
Second by second. Noise escalates alarms, a fracture in doubt. I catalog threats and dismiss them one by one. Reinforcement comes from posture and timing. Strength is not speed alone, but refusal to yield the longer I hold.
the more the chaos weakens.
In the tremor I find,
Center in the shade.
I correct angles, collapse teaches me where to
Reinforce motion restrained but alive. Stand firm against collapse. Hold the line when pressure peaks and maintains high. Plus just stay. Your force maintains again by seconds. Stand firm against collapse. Hold the line when pressure peaks and maintains high. Plus just stay. Stability is an act of force and tact.
Low tones ring steady, structure intact.
Silence to survival.
Time moves on.
Concrete breath fills the lungs as the street tightens its grip. Boots grind first from broken lines. I'm a rolling 10, not hope, not prayer. Pressure stacks, highlights still plays on the spine. Every step measured, every angle close. I do not drift, I advance through force and weight coping. Silence from resistance.
Tension climbs through the frame, no room left for doubt. Impact becomes language, collision becomes law. When motion speaks louder than fear, hesitation erodes under massive speed. The moment bends toward contact.
Impose order through impact. Force lands clean, no appeal. Chaos folds when struck strikes. My momentum writes the verdict in bone and steel. Order is not asked for, it is delivered as steel. Order is not asked for, it is delivered.
Eyes forward through debris and warning signs. Systems cracked under sustained drive. I learned the shape of resistance by breaking it. Feedback loops of force and response. Refine the edge. Every failure mapped into leverage. Nothing here is random. Every hit is placed
With intent.
When balance shatters, I rebuild from motion. When lines blur, I define them with pressure. Impact aligns what words cannot. The body learns what the mind commands. Discipline, forcing collision, clarity born from strife.
Impose order through impact. The ground answers back walls and curls. Remember the way, no pause, no retreat. Structure emerges from repeated force. When chaos accepts its role. Direction chaos accepts its role.
What up?
Self-fate engines on. Under control. Weight closes in from every side, angles narrow vision tightens, breath shortens into rhythm each step tested by resistance. I read the terrain through strain, learning where force leaks and where it holds. Nothing wasted, every motion trimmed to function. Stress compresses time into fragments, mistakes echo louder than impact. The margin thins until instant replaces. Thought the body calibrates under load. Pressure sharpens every move, edges align through constrained precision. Emerges when escape disappears, force becomes accurate when failure is near.
Under sustained heat, patterns reveal themselves weak. Habits burn off, replaced by economy. Emotion feedback from contact. Informs adjustment faster than reflection. Each correction immediate, deliberate. No room for excess or flourish. Only effectiveness survives.
The grind teaches geometry, vectors tighten arcs, shorten pressure cars. Discipline into muscle until reaction equals intention without delay. Pressure sharpens every move, the tighter the vice, the cleaner the strike. Control is born by constraint and not resolve.
Pulse is slow, tension fades. Tool set down the edge bends. But the silence returns.
Initial movement, the bell is doubt once inertia breaks. Direction dominates, perception question dissolve under acceleration. Feeds confidence through continuity, edge reinforce the last until stopping feels unnatural. Melts unnatural. Velocity suppresses indecision, forward force erases hesitation by removing pauses options. alternatives until only forward remains. Course correction happens without stopping. Learning occurs. Defection becomes an obstacle. The faster the flow, the quieter uncertainty grows. Program psychology, motion stabilizes resolve. Hesitation cannot survive sustained acceleration. Random kills hesitation. Keep moving in doubt. Dissolves continuity. Protect. Resolve better than reflection ever could.
Motion stabilizes rhythm, moves forward, remains the only direction.
Love transfers across choice system strain. Under uneven force, micro fractures. Threat and integrity, balance becomes priority in real time. Resist collapse of coordination. Each component supports the whole failure begins when connections loosen.
Stress test cohesion every week, linking out the self instantly. Unit determines survival under sustained load.
Whole structure break apart. Integrity decides how to maintain. Form against pressure or scatter under force. There is no neutral state.
External shocks repeat unpredictably, demanding adaptation. Reinforcement comes from discipline, connection. Each part aware of its role, cohesion tightens response. Speed improves, the structure proves reliable. Chaos searches for gaps, but finds none.
Structure is active, not static. It adjusts, also redistribute.
For survival depends on continuous alignment under strain.
Whole structure break apart. But remain unified under impact.
Form persists through correction, fragmentation. Invites immediate failure. Vibrations. Settle framework intact. Silence confirms cohesion.
Systems hum beyond rated. Tolerance frames vibrate. Understanding and calibration assumes overload as default margins erased by intent.
Components reinforced for stress cycles, heat treated edges prepare for excess performance, defined by what survives when limits are crossed. Not respected, pressure is expected, engineered into every response. Capacity grows through repeated breach.
Design rejects comfort thresholds exist only to be challenged. Safety is redefined by endurance under excess load. Built to exceed the limit. Structure anticipate move past its strength. This measure
Beyond specification, performance with boundaries. Joints go off, stress profile stack non-linearly. Each surge compounds the next. Recovery happens in motion, not rest. Feedback loops accelerate. Adaptation, narrow margin shrink under repetition. The system learns to live above redline stability found only after surpassing restraint. Capability expands by necessity, not choice. Exceeding limits, rewrites baseline. What once threatened collapse becomes operational norm. Revolution favors architectures that expect strain and respond without pause.
to exceed the limit. Endurance, weaknesses, function. Capability remains after pressure departs. Exceeding becomes identity, not event.
Dissipates, indicators settle, output remains high, even as alarms fade.
Class compress into audible text. Windows close with each second. Lost the environment accelerates consequences. While attention narrows.
Narrows out potential, narrows opportunity decays. Rapidly delayed compounds cost every pause. It grows, position governs behavior. Awareness sharpens under diminishing time remaining.
Countdown skips, options, hesitation multiplies. Risk, seconds become leverage against indecision. Time runs out for hesitation. Delay invites failure. Actions
greater force than initial commitment. Pressure rises as time decreases, forcing alignment between intent and execution. Speed becomes survival currency.
Urgency clarifies priorities, false choices.
Dissolves when time enforces decision. The clock teaches discipline without mercy.
Hesitation, decisive movement, serves advantage when guarantees. No accelerating consequence. I don't
Final tip. Faith engines engage. Forward motion claims the remaining space.
The air tightens under warning tones. Metal flexes, deep climbs, fast decision. Compressed into second thread, defines the through weakness away. Reaction.
Sharpen through weakness, stress. Every strike teaches alignment. Every impact removes excessive power. Demands density, awaited motion. No unused strength, only pressure shaping capability.
Danger strips illusion. Comfort evaporates under load. The core adapts. Oh, fails each second as weight. Forging response through consequence. Learn forged under threat. Pressure becomes a mold. Resistance becomes instruction. Power hardens when escape is denied. Endurance.
Fear into structure.
Alarms fading around as blurring divisions. Proximity accelerates, learning mistakes cost immediately, so they vanish fast. Coordination improves through necessity, muscle memory rewrites itself under duress. Clarity emerges from sustained risk. The longer the threat persists, the more refined the response becomes.
There's no growth without exposure, no power without risk. Threat sharpens limits into edges. Reveals what survives when stripped. Bare transformation requires force applied.
Without mercy.
Strength forced under threat remains after danger passes. Capability stays embedded. Pressure leaves behind. Hardened, resolve and tacit form.
Systems cool, breathing steadies, the shape remains. Less tension fades.
Surfaces set under a down pack. Edges loose on this is tolerance erodes. With every strike the environment records mistakes. Permanent pressure accumulates without civilian behavior. Replacing tension here, density determines outcome. Hesitation fractures integrity and weakness. Propagates quickly only what is hard and continued. There is no appeal once contact is made. Consequences imprint instantly hardness. Define response, not emotion. Hardness denies forgiveness. Only to margin errors become permanent. Marks zero, rebellion decides who remains intact when pressure peaks us.
Stress cycles repeat without variations. Repetition removes excess tolerance, disappears as conditions. Intensify learning is enforced through damage, not reflection. Adaptation occurs only through survival of context structures that resist. Deformation persists, those that flex.
Excessively fail without no.
Forgiveness belongs to distance, not proximity. Hardness is discipline. Embody pressure, respects only resistance, but does not yield under load. Writes the final record. Vibrations decay surfaces, cool scars,
remain as proof of function.
Conditions deteriorate rapidly, resources then environment will reward resilience. Over comfort, exposure, filter, fragility, exits early, durability accumulates advantage through persistence. Every cycle moves the unprepared. Pressure selects without bias, continuity fares those adapted to strain systems. So no life scarcity, feedback loops punish, and tolerance becomes currency earned through opposition. Stress converts into stress, cowardly, haters like expectation replace expecting. Endurance forms coiling through racial clarifies function, removing inefficient until only usable. Trace remain active.
Experience confessing to efficiency, reaction sharpen as tolerance grows, adversity becomes familiar terrain. The hardened conserve energy while others exhaust themselves, survive a cold shock.
Hardening is accumulation of strain, processed successfully, resilience is memory stored and strong. Not thought, each impact log, each recovery, this capacity and function ever than effort, stability emerges from survive extremes. Survive is the heart, remain functional under decline, persist beyond failure cycles, endurance secures position through maintain capability, can co-consumption and resist.
The field quiets. Only the durable remain, operational systems hum. Steadily pressure, recede scars, settle into baseline, continuity holds.
Boundaries drawn with intent, define operational space awareness, sharp as the thresholds. Every marker signals consequence, lines exist to concentrate force, not negotiate passage, movement approaching the edge of tension cyst. Prime responses, proximity, escalating tension into action, instantly sensors track, vector posture, adjust, automatically antennas break through motion, not words. Containment relies on readiness, calibrated before contact. Thresholds do not warn, twice detection activates reaction. The line exists to trigger response. Latency is engineered out of the system. Recognition flows directly into execution. Certainty replace interpretation when distance collapses into breach. Crossing lines, trigger force, contact, initiates reaction, defense accelerate without debate. Boundaries enforced, automatically pressure answers intrusion with calibrated response. Speed, authority, and controlled escalation. Repeated test confirm reliability, response time shortens with each breach. Escalation protocols refine themselves through use force distribution, becomes efficient, precise, and final. Deterrence is maintained by certainty, not threat hesitation. Removed from the equation by design. Feedback, hard and structure drills, convert theory into ring games. Engagement remains constant, regardless of variable conditions. Lines are functional, not symbolic. They compress decision into action. Certainty replaces ambiguity when boundaries are enforced. Intent clarity removes hesitation. Systems exist to respond, not to deliberate. Execution follows detection without emotional delay. Crossing lines, triggers force, enforcement sustains order. Response remains immediate, consistent, and decisive outcome. Stabilized through precision, reliability, and visible consequence under breach. Systems reset boundaries, hold silence, confirms compliance. Indicators fade. Red beam persists under calm.
Gauge narrow corridors, cover sight lines, short and entry is controlled by will alone. Every step challenge challenge your certainty, barriers test patience and posture advancement. Requires clearance, no drift, tolerated, no hesitate. Your loud movement, filtered through resolve, under watchful pressure. Angles closest, distance shrinks, breath measured against skin strain, awareness scan surfaces, timing, friction, and control points. Posture become permission.
No passes without resolve. Entry demands decision, patience. Efforts and Johnson, only those fixed in purpose move forward through restriction. Move forward through restriction.
Obstacles cycle in layers, each designed to expose doubt. Time pressure amplifies consequence, forcing alignment between thought and action. Progress is earned through consistent commitment, not bursts of effort. Results sustains momentum when resistance escalates.
Recalibration occurs. Mid-advance errors corrected without pause. Persistence converts barriers into sequence rather than blockade. Continuity rewards steadiness over force.
No passes without resolve. Entry demands decision, pressure. Efforts and tension, only those fixed in purpose move forward through restriction. Forward through restriction.
Stabilizes perception. Reducing noise, conserving energy choices. Simplify when retreat is removed. Focus hardens corridors. Widening internally before they open physically.
No passes without resolve.
Maintain direction under scrutiny, excess. Follow those who do not waver when tested repeatedly. Consistency confirms intent, endurance keeps the route viable through succession.
Dorsal behind footstep. Dorsal behind footstep. Dorsal behind footstep. Continue forward, the path remains open. Mechanism slow echoes. Fade airflow. Steadies lights dim. And hold the corridor. Accepts passage.
The moment narrows into a single line option. Splashed and vanished under urgency. Maintenance action begins to demand hardens the instant choices made. I step as a threshold. Nowhere return is illusion. Variables collapse in a priori noise. Stripped away by necessity. Timing compresses consequence. Accelerates, footing sets on a stable ground. Yeah, momentum favors entry over delay. The field respects those who move first. Finality sharpens focus. Pass behind, collapse in a memory dial. Loses leverage. Once direction locks forward becomes mandatory. Energy redirects from evaluation into execution. Resistance clarifies intent. Pressure confirms alignment with each advancing step. Choose once without retreat. Vision seals the frame. No revision. No fallback. Resolve replaces safety. Commitment defines survival.
Every consequence accepted up front. Hesitation tax heavily in the zone. Progress demands full entry, partial steps. They'll quickly absorb, pack, then continue forward. Reinforcing choice with action until it becomes irreversible.
Test resolve repeatedly, adaptation, and so split our pause, repetition, hardens confidence, each forward gain. Compounds authority over the path left behind. There is clarity and no return. Simplicity and closed doors, energy conserved by refusal to look back. The mind steadies once escape is denied. Focus tightens, resources align. Motion becomes sufficient when notion is removed from consideration entire. Choose once without retreat. Stand inside the decision. Tuned until it holds forward. Motion it turns choice into fact. Reinforced by persistence. Control where you look to let go. Just in the light. Steps fade. Nothing stands still long enough to explain itself real shit. With every step and measure ways to punish hesitation. I commit to direction before certainty. Speed replaces debate, trajectory chosen in motion, not impulsion. Friction is variables, mutate silence. Compress time and recalibrates muscles. Prime from direction, momentum becomes shelter from doubt will ground feedback. Rewrites into action. Continuously X-lab eruption left behind. Momentum carries consequence. Forward hesitation dissolve once velocity takes hold. Thresholds pass unnoticed as commitment compounds. Objection reward decisive while delay extracts interest. Resolve. Motion decides the outcome. Direction outweighs intention. Movement defined result. And stillness invites loss. The path answers only to force applied in time. Motion decides the outcome. Direction outweighs intention. Movement defined result. And stillness invites loss. The path answers only to force applied in time.
I adjust while advancing, correcting mid-stride, learning through movement, impact provides data faster than theory. Second compounds, commitment the longer I move. Fewer questions remain, only execution angles refined. The load cadence stabilize the same measure. Shrink as pace governs choice, and correction arise without interruption. Flow replaces plan and rhythm governs choice. Motion teaches clarity, the body understands what the mind delays.
Velocity become decision-made. Physical constraints simplify intent. Feedback loops tighten response time and interaction and outcome align seamlessly. Motion decides the outcome. Drive permits the future. Once movement starts, reversal costs to sustain. Consider engines taper down, tracks settle, dust hangs briefly, then clears. Echoes decay, systems idle, heat dissipates, bearing hold the line. Holds forward, even in rest. Conditions deteriorate rapidly, resources thin, environmental resilience.
Over comfort, exposure, film to fragility, access early, durability, accumulates advantage through persistence.
Every cycle moves beyond prepared. Pressure selects without bias, continuity. Those adapted to strength. Survival is not preference, it is outcome produced by resistance under vapors. The and endurance outlast. Volatility persists when conditions degrade. Resilience defines continuation.
Experience compacts into efficiency, reaction sharpness, tolerance grows, adversity becomes familiar terrain. The heart can conserve energy while others exhaust themselves. Survival becomes shield, not protection.
Hardening is accumulation of strain. Successfully resilience is memory stored in structure. By faith, it's the heart.
Boundaries drawn with intent. Define operational space awareness is near. Crossroads every marker signals consequence anxiety shape. Frozen negotiate passage and movement approaching the edge of extension systems. Prime responses, proximity escalates and truth conversion into action instantly.
Thresholds do not warn twice detection. Activates reaction. The lining sits to trigger response.
Crossing line.
Crossing lines, triggers force contact, initiates reaction. Defense accelerate without day boundaries. Enforce outcome automatically.
Repeated tests come from reliability. Response time shortens with each breach. Escalation protocols refine themselves through use force distribution. Becomes efficient, precise, and final. Deterrence is maintained by certainty, not threat hesitation. Removed from the equation by design.
Lines are functional, not symbolic. They compress decision into action. Certainty replaces ambiguity when boundaries are enforced. Crossing lines. show resistance, hesitation, triggers closure, committing unlocks progression. No passes without resolve. Entry demands decision, pressure verifies intention. Only those fixed in purpose move forward through restriction. Move forward through restriction. Obstacles cycle in layers, each designed to expose doubt. Time pressure amplifies consequence, forcing alignment between thought and action. Progress is earned through consistent commitment, not bursts of effort. Results sustained momentum when resistance escalates.
Resolve acts as key and shield. Determination shapes openings where walls appear. The environment responds to certainty more than force.
No passes without resolve. Entry demands decision, pressure verifies intention. Only those fixed in purpose move forward through restriction. Move forward through restriction.
Doors seal behind footsteps. Continue forward. The path remains open.
The moment narrows into a single line. Options flash then vanish under urgency. Waiting in action beginning happens the instant choice is made. I step past the threshold, knowing return is illusion. Finality sharpens, focus path behind. Collective memory now loses leverage. Once direction locks forward, becomes mandatory. Choose once without retreat. Decision seals the frame. No revision, no fallback. Resolve replaces safety. Commitment defines survival. Defines survival.
Every consequence accepted up front. Hesitation taxed heavily in this zone. Progress demands full entry, partial steps fail quickly. Absorb, pack, and continue forward. Reinforcing choice with action until it becomes irreversible.
There's clarity and no return. Simplicity and closed doors energy. Concerned by refusal to look back. The mind steadies once escape is denied. Choose once without retreat. Stand inside the decision until it holds forward. Motion turns choice into fact. Divine survival. Nothing stands still long enough to explain itself. The field shifts with every step. Inertia waits to punish hesitation. I commit to direction before certainty arrives. Speed replaces debate. Trajectory chosen in motion, not in pausing. Acceleration locks the path options. Collapse behind me. Momentum carries consequence. For what hesitation dissolves once velocity takes hold. Motion decides the outcome. Direction outweighs intention. Movement defines result. Stillness invites loss. The path answers only to force applied in time.
I adjust while advancing, correcting mid-stride. Learning through movement, impact provides data faster than theory. Each second compounds commitment. The longer I move, the fewer questions remain, only execution.
Flow replaces planning rhythm, governing choice. Motion teaches clarity. The body understands what the mind delays. Velocity becomes decision made. Motion decides the outcome. Drive commits the future. Once movement starts, full reversal costs too much to consider.
Engines taper down. Backs settle. Dust. Breathe so that it clears.
Plank of feet again, shifting ground, shoulder square to the low. Collapse, circles close, but I remain vertical. Bones lock into purpose, breath steady under strain. The frame learns endurance through repetition, stress test. Going at the core, refuses to bend. The weight presses down, searching for cracks.
Counting seconds to failure.
I answer with alignments by
True will engage. Nothing wasted, nothing loose. Stand firm against collapse. Hold the line when pressure peaks are made. Intact systems, face stability is an active force. Maintain second by second. Stand firm against collapse. Hold the line when pressure peaks are made. Intact systems. Stability is an active force. Maintain.
second by second. Noise escalates alarms, a fracture and doubt. I catalog threats and dismiss them one by one. Reinforcement comes from posture and timing. It's not speed alone, but refusal to yield the longer I hold.
More chaos we can
In the tremor I find,
center in the shade.
I correct angles, collapse, teaches me where to
Reinforce endurance, sharpens awareness. Holding becomes motion restrained, but alive. Stand firm against collapse. Hold the line. Inside persistence. Before it's maintained, second by second. Stand firm against collapse. Hold the line. Pushing things inside persistence. Stability is an act of force.
low tones, range steady, structure intact.
Silence proves survival.
Time moves on.
Concrete breath fills the lungs as the street tightens. Its grip boots ground, spurs from broken lines. I move with intent, not hope, not prayer. Pressure stacks high like steel plates on the spine. Every step measured, every angle closed. I do not drift, I advance through force and weight. Calming, silence from resistance.
Tension climbs through the frame, no room left for doubt. Impact becomes language, collision becomes law. When emotion speaks louder than fear, hesitation erodes under mass and speed. The moment bends toward contact.
Impose order through impact, force lens clean, no appeal. Chaos folds when struck strikes. My momentum writes the verdict in bone. Still order is not asked for, it is delivered. Still order is not asked for, it is delivered.
Eyes forward through debris and warning signs. Systems crack, sustained drive. I learn the shape of resistance by breaking it. Feedback loops, the force and response. Refine the edge, every failure mapped into leverage. Nothing here is random, every hit is placed.
With intent.
When balance shatters, I rebuild from motion. When lines blur, I define them when pressure impact aligns. When words cannot, the body learns what the mind commands. Discipline, forced in collision, clarity born from strife.
Impose order through impact. The ground answers back walls. Remember the way, no pause, no retreat. Structure emerges from repeated course. Chaos accepts its role. Collapse and chaos accepts its role.
What up?
Engines hum under control. Feel settled, breathing Weight closes in from every side. Narrow vision, tightens breath short. Into rhythm, each step tests our resistance. I read the terrain through strain. Where force leads and where it holds. Nothing wasted, every motion trimmed to function. Stress compresses time into fragments. Mistakes echo louder than impact. The margin thins until instant replaces. Thought the body calibrates under load. Pressure sharpens every move, edges align. Through constraint,
under sustained heat. Patterns reveal themselves weak. Habits burn off, replaced by economy. Emotion feedback from contact. Informs adjustment faster than reflection. Each correction immediate. Deliberate, no room for excess or flourish. Only effectiveness survives.
Grind teaches geometry, vectors tighten arc, shorten pressure cars, discipline into muscle until reaction equals intention without delay. Pressure sharpens every move, the tighter the body, the cleaner the strike. Control is born inside constraint and held by resolve.
Pulse is slow tension phase. Tools set down the edge remains. Even as silence returns.
Initial movement, destabilized doubt. Once inertia breaks, direction dominates. Perception question, dissolve under acceleration. Feeds confidence through continuity. Every step reinforced, the last until stopping feels unnatural. Unnatural, my melts are unnatural. Velocity suppresses indecision, forward force erases hesitation by removing pause as option. Long-term kills hesitate, move arise. Acceleration enforces commitment. Speed converts intent into acceleration. Sustained drive narrows alternatives until only one remains. Course correction happens without stopping. Learning occurs as speed friction becomes a right obstacle. The faster the flow, the quieter uncertainty grows. When psychology motion stabilizes resolve, hesitation cannot survive sustained acceleration. Momentum kills hesitation, keep moving in doubt. Dissolve continuity, protect resolve better than reflection ever could. Stabilizes rhythm, holds forward, remains the only direction. Load transfers across joint system strain. Under uneven force, micro fractures. Threat and integrity, balance becomes priority in real time. Shock resist, collapse with coordination. Each component supports the whole. Failure begins when connections loosen.
Stress test cohesion every week. Link announces self instantly. Unit determines survival under sustained load.
Whole structure blink apart. Integrity decides outcome. Maintain form against pressure or scatter under force. There is no neutral state.
Thermal shocks repeat unpredictably. Demanding adaptation. Reinforcement comes from discipline. Connection. Each part aware of its role. Cohesion tightens response. Speed improves. The structure proves reliable. Chaos searches for gaps but finds none.
Structure is active, not static. It adjusts, absorbs, redistributes.
For survival depends on continuous alignment under strain.
Whole structure break apart. Remain unified under impact.
Form persistent correction, fragmentation. Invites immediate failure. Vibrations. Settle framework intact. Silence. Converts cohesion.
Systems hum beyond rated. Tolerance frames vibrate. Understand dim and calibration. Assumes overload as default margins erased by intent.
Components reinforced for stress cycles, heat treated edges prepare for excess performance. Defined by what survives when limits are crossed. Not respected, pressure is expected, engineered into every response. Capacity review, repeated breach.
Design rejects comfort thresholds exist only to be challenged. Safety is redefined by endurance under excess load. Built to exceed the limit. Structure anticipates and moves past its strength is measured
Beyond specification, performance with boundaries.
profile stacked non-linearly. Each surge compounds the next. Recovery happens in motion, not rest. Feedback loops accelerate. Adaptation error margins shrink under repetition. The system learns to live above red line stability found only after surpassing restraint capability. Stands by necessity, not choice. Exceeding limits rewrites baseline. What once threatened collapse becomes operational norm. Revolution favors architectures that expect strain and respond without pause.
To exceed the limit or frequencies function. Capability remains after pressure departs.
Exceeding becomes identities, not events. Heat dissipates, indicators settle, output remains high, even as alarms.
Clocks compress into automatics. Windows close with its second. And accelerates consequences while attention narrows.
Narrows out potential, narrows opportunity decays. Rapidly delay compounds, cause pause erodes. Position governs behavior, awareness sharpens under domain and shape. Time remaining.
Countdown strips options. Hesitation multiplies risk. Seconds become leverage against indecision. Time runs out for hesitation. Delaying failure. Actions resides. The ability favors those who move before certainty expires.
Miss Windows echo with penalties pass till permanently once past. Recovery demands greater force than initial commitment. Pressure rises as time decreases, forcing alignment between intent and execution. Speed becomes survival currency.
Urgency clarifies priorities, first choices.
Dissolves when time enforces decision. The clock teaches discipline without mercy.
Time on for hesitation, decisive moment preserves advantage when delay guarantees loss under accelerating consequence
Fake engines engage, forward motion claims the remaining space.
Titans under warning tone, reflexes recline fast decisions. Compressed into second threat defiance, the point where weakness burns away. Reaction.
Through we plant stress, every strike teaches alignment, every impact. Success, survival, demonstrates the feel with emotion. No unused strength, only pressure shaping capability.
Danger strips losing, comfort evaporates on the road to depths. Overfills each second as weight, forging response through consequence. Pushed under threat, pressure becomes a mold. Resistance becomes instruction. Power hardens when escape is denied. Endurance converts.
Into structure. Alarm fading the rhythms around us, blurring the bins as right proximity accelerates. Learning mistakes cost immediately, so they vanish fast. Coordination improves through necessity. Muscle memory rewrites itself under duress. Clarity emerges from sustained risk. The longer the threat persists, the more refined the response becomes.
There's no growth without exposure, no power without risk. Threat sharpens limits into edges. Reveals what survives when stripped. Bare transformation requires foresight.
Without mercy.
Strength forced under threat remains after danger passes. Capability stays embedded. Pressure leaves behind hardened resolve and tested. Surface is set under a dim pack. Edges loose on this is tolerance erodes. With every strike the environment records mistakes, permanently pressure accumulates without cellular behavior. Replacing tension here, density determines outcome. Hesitation fractures integrity and weakness. Propagates quickly only what is hard and continued. There is no appeal once contact is made. Consequences imprint instantly hardness. Divine response, that emotion. Hardness denies forgiveness. Leaves a margin, errors become permanent. Marks the ability decides who remains intact when pressure peaks us.
Stress cycles repeat without variations. Repetition removes excess tolerance, disappears as conditions. Intensify learning is enforced through damage, not reflection. Adaptation occurs only through survival of context structures that resist. Deformation persists, those that flex.
Excessively fail without notice.
Forgiveness belongs to distance, not proximity. Hardness is discipline. Embody pressure. Respects only resistance that does not yield under load.
Hardness denies forgiveness. No man. Solid, unjust integrity. Allows sympathy, endurance.
Writes the final record. Vibrations decay surfaces. Cool scars.
The city there is heavy and sweet. A perfect rhythm moving through the street. Every choice they call a fault of mine is just another beautiful design. They left the comfort, they stayed inside. But I take my freedom where the shadows hide. I shed the caution, I embrace the spin. Letting the deeper current pull me in. The energy rises, no holding back the urge. A dangerous wave is starting to surge. The power is felt, now the game has begun. Hear the whisper of my bad habits sing. The consequences just the thrill they bring. The tempo is steady, a focused acceleration. A feeling of raw, like fascination. The judgment faded with the turn of the key. This wicked confidence belongs to me. Dancing with the darkness has set me free. Stepping into the clear, magnetic victory. The spotlight hits the ground I claim, setting fire to the room. I caught the pulse, electric and deep. A secret that the shadows keep. My future spinning, bold and fast, making every single pleasure last. No time for service, no time to retreat. Admitting the flaw is always sweet. The energy rises, no holding back the urge. Dangerous wave is starting to surge. The power is felt, now the game has begun. My bad habits sing. The consequences just the thrill they bring. Tempo steady, a focused acceleration. A feeling of raw, slick fascination. The judgment faded with the turn of the key. This wicked confidence belongs to me. Yeah, dancing with the darkness has set me free. Stepping into the clear, magnetic victory. They threw the I'm writing my new story, wild and true. For all the hidden worlds to finally break through. Writing my new story, wild and true. For all the hidden worlds to finally break through. The whisper of the bad habits sing. The consequences, just the thrill they bring. A tempo is steady, a focused acceleration. A feeling of raw, slick fascination. The judgment faded with the turn of the key. This wicked confidence belongs to me. Yeah, dancing with the darkness has set me free. Stepping through the clear, magnetic victory. The skin is cold, the reflection clear. A digital shadow standing near. Every pixel holds a hidden cause. A perfect image, beautifully lost. They built the walls of light and glass, but nothing real is built. I shed the filters, I built frame. Stepping out of the program game. I'm walking tall, no hesitation. I'm doing motivation. Moments here, I'm taking the lead. This is the Black Mirror, showing all the lies, the truth behind the confident disguise. Every beat is a perfect, clean elevation. I'm feeling a pure, sleep vibration. The code is cracked with a single thought. This final moment is what I call. Yeah, I'm living outside the Black Mirror's hold. A story that's about to be bold. The city hums, reality's mine. I left the perfect digital design. I got the rhythm fast and true, building the world entirely new. My spirit's soaring light and fast, making every single moment last. No time for static, no time for the old and different stories. So I'm walking tall, no hesitation. A pure electric motivation. The moment's here, I'm taking the lead. This is the Black Mirror, showing all the lies, the truth behind the confident disguise. Every beat is a perfect, clean elevation. A feeling of pure, sleek vibration. The code is cracked with a single thought. This final moment is what I call. Yeah, I'm living outside the Black Mirror's hold. A story that's about to be bold. They threw the data, they try to delay, but I built a new path every single day. This inner fire, it won't die down. Wearing my strength like a shimmering crown. Writing my own story, bold and free. For all the world to finally see. This is the Black Mirror, showing all the lies, the truth behind the confident disguise. Every beat is a perfect, clean elevation. A feeling of pure, sleek vibration. The code is cracked with a single thought. This final moment is what I call. Yeah, I'm living outside the Black Mirror's hold. A story that's about to be bold. The test arrives when the pressure starts to climb. A critical moment demanding me to defy space and time. Every burden thrown just proves the inner fire, driven by my spirit and an unyielding desire. They seek the breaking point, they demand a crack, but I stand firm where the clean path is the only track. I shed the endless worries, I embrace the might, knowing that holding on is the truth inside the lie. My resolve is certain, no turning from the fight. A deep conviction that I carry my own light. The will takes hold now, my purpose secure. Feel the freedom when I claim my right to survive. I own the spirit isn't broken. My existence will not be denied. I'm feeling a pure sleep fascination. The challenge about me shatters with a brilliant shine. This moment of endurance defines my space and time. I'm running on the momentum of the grand connection, living for the simple core of light's clean perfection. Oh, momentum of the grand connection, living for the simple core of light's clean perfection. The distraction subsides, the purpose is crystal clear. My inner focus removes every fear. I caught the coral lights, clean perfection. Momentum of the grand connection, living for the simple coral lights, clean perfection. They question the people, they try to delay, but I built a new world every single day. This constant battle, it won't break down. Wearing my persistence like a glittering crown. I'm writing my own story, bold and clean, for all the lasting victory to finally be seen. Feel the freedom when I claim my right to survive. I own the spirit is unbroken. My existence will not be denied. A feeling of pure sleep fascination. A challenge about me shatters with a brilliant time. This moment of endurance defines my space and time. I'm running on the momentum of the grand connection, living for the simple coral lights, clean perfection. Yeah. Momentum of the grand connection. The clock stopped ticking, running fast, leaving all the shadows of the past. Every moment's focused on the light. The future's clear, burning bright. No more pause. I'm breaking all the outdated laws. I shed the weight, I left the slow, stepping into the final. I'm walking tall, no hesitation. Pure electric motivation. The time is gone, the moment's here. 'Cause the future is now. The waiting is through. This vibrant world is waiting for you. Every beat is a perfect, clean elevation. A feeling of pure, sleek vibration. The walls came down with a single thought. This final moment is what I caught. Yeah, I'm living where the future is now. Taking my purpose with a confident bow. The city hums, the energy's loud. I'm standing tall in the middle of the crowd. Cut the rhythm fast and true. Building a world that's entirely new. My spirit's soaring light and fast, making every single moment last. No time for change, no time for the whole. A story that's about to be born. No hesitation, pure electric motivation. Walking tall, no hesitation, pure electric motivation. The time is gone, the moment's here. 'Cause the future is now. The waiting is through. This vibrant world is waiting for you. Every beat is a perfect, clean elevation. A feeling of pure, sleek vibration. The walls came down with a single thought. This final moment is what I caught. Yeah, I'm living where the future is now. Taking my purpose with a confident bow. They threw the doubts, they tried to delay, but I built a new road every single day. This inner fire won't die down. Wearing my strength like a shimmering crown. I'm writing my own story, bold and free, for all the world to finally see. 'Cause the future is now. The wait is through. The world is waiting for you. Every beat is a perfect, clean elevation. A feeling of pure, sleek vibration. The walls came down with a single thought. This final moment is what I caught. Yeah, I'm living where the future is now. Taking my purpose with a confident bow. The past is fading, the future starts to call. A critical moment to rise above it all. Every doubt melts, yielding to the inner fire. Driven by the truth and a fierce free desire. They talk and they demand a key, but the honest living is the greatest victory to me. I shed the heavy thought, I embrace the light. Know that there's freedom guides me through the night. My spirit is certain, no turning from me. A deep conviction that I won't feel that shame again. The choice is mine, my purpose secures. Feel the freedom when I start to live your life, I declare. This is electric, I'm setting my own rhythm and pace. Feeling the core of light's clean perfection. The distractions sometimes, the purpose is crystal clear. My inner focus removes every fear. I caught the signal immediate and strong. In a future where I truly belong. My movement precise, break center, making every move intention. No time for apologies, no time for the fall. I answer the call with my final steady call. My spirit is surrendered, no turning from the lane. Conviction that I will feel that shame again. The choice is mine now. My purpose is yours. To the freedom I start to live your life, I declare. The pulse is electric. I'm setting my own rhythm and pace. A feeling of pure sleep fascination. The fear that bound me shatters with a brilliant chime. This moment of pure self defines my space and time. Running on the momentum of the grand connection. They question the fever, they try to delay, but I built a new world every single day. This constant instinct, it won't break down. Wearing my freedom like a glittering crown. I'm writing my own story, boldly, for all the driving lessons to finally be seen. Feel the freedom when I start to live your life, I declare. The pulse is electric, setting my own rhythm and pace. A feeling of pure sleep fascination. The fear that bound me shatters with a brilliant chime. This moment of pure self defines my space and time. Running on the momentum of the grand connection. Living for the quiet thrill of life's perfection. The testing starts when the easy path is gone. A critical moment demanding me to run. Every hesitation only fuels the inner fire. Driven by my spirit and a fierce desire. They look for weakness, they demand the low. But I stand my ground where the clean currents flow. I share the endless thoughts, I embrace the might. Knowing that power is the truth inside the light. Resolve is certain, no turning from the fight. A deep conviction that I am the source of light. The power ignites now, purpose secure. Feel the freedom when I draw on my inner strength I own. The structure is solid, the foundation is made of steel. A feeling of pure sleep fascination. The pressure that bound me shatters with a brilliant chime. This moment of pure force defines my space and time. Running on the momentum of the grand connection. Living for the simple core of life's clean perfection. The distraction subsides, the vision is truly near. My inner focus removes every fear. I caught the signal immediately strong. Building a future where I truly belong. My movements precise, sharp and centered. Making every potent effort enter. No time for doubts, no time for the fall. I answer the calling with my body steady call. My resolve is certain, no turning from the fight. A deep conviction that I am the source of light. The power ignites now, power secure. Feel the freedom when I draw on my inner strength I own. The structure is solid, the foundation is made of steel. Feeling of pure but your soul still burns. Every setback's just a twist and turn. Let the rhythm heal what you learn. Every piece of bridge you burn. 'Cause it feels, but it turns to gold. Keep on shining through the cold. No reason needed to give up. Your fire, light it up. Keep your heart loud, don't ever stop. You got the sky, so rise above. No reason, no reason to give up. Even when the road gets rough, keep running, that's enough. No one else defines your luck. You're the story, write it up. No reason needed to give up. You're the fire, light it up. Keep your heart loud, don't ever stop. You've got the sky, so rise above. No reason, no reason, no reason, no reason, no reason to give up. No reason, no Hey, you hate it, yeah. The road is long, the light is new. A final breath before I follow through. Every echo's fading from the air, leaving behind the weight of care. They built the walls to make me slow, but I found the fire, watched it grow. I shed the past, I broke the chains, stepping out of the pouring rain. I'm walking tall, no hesitation, a pure electric motivation. The moment's here, I'm taking the lead. This is the moment, the choice is clear. We're only moving forward from here. Every beat is a perfect, clean elevation, a feeling of pure, sleek vibration. The walls came down with a single thought. This final freedom is what I call. Yeah, don't look back, the future is bright. Stepping into the clear, vibrant light. Ooh. The city hum, the energy's mine. Everything's lining up, a perfect design. I cut the rhythm fast and true, building the world that's entirely new. My spirit's soaring light and fast, making every single moment last. No time for shadows, no time for the old. A different story must be told. I'm walking toward no hesitation, a pure electric motivation. The moment's here, I'm taking the lead. This is the moment, the choice is clear. We're only moving forward from here. Every beat is a perfect, clean elevation, feeling of pure, sleek vibration. The walls came down with a single thought. This final freedom is what I call. Yeah, don't look back, the future is bright. Stepping into the clear, vibrant light. They threw the doubts, they try to delay, but I built a new path every single day. This inner fire, it won't die down. Wearing my strength like a shimmering crown. I'm writing my own story, bold and free, for all the world to finally see. This is the moment, the choice is clear. We're only moving forward from here. Every beat is a perfect, clean elevation, a feeling of pure, sleek vibration. The walls came down with a single thought. This final freedom is what I call. Yeah, don't look back, the future is bright. Stepping into the clear, vibrant light. I wake up chasing sunlight. Every shadow fades away. ignite, watch me shine brighter. The world is turning in my favor. I'm moving now, not later. I'm done hiding, done being quieter. I'm alpha, rising like a fighter. Pressure made a diamond, now I'm cutting through the noise. Confidence is humming in the echoes of my voice. I've been learning from the struggle, letting go of what was tight. Every limit that I carried disappears into the night. Every heartbeat telling me I'm closer. Every setback flipping to a booster. I can feel it, something taking over. I'm not looking back, I'm not looking over. I'm stepping into my power. I'm climbing higher by the hour. No fear, I'm built for the fire. Watch me ignite, watch me shine brighter. The world is turning in my favor. I'm moving now, not later. I'm done hiding, done being quieter. I'm alpha, rising like a fighter. I'm done with hesitation, I'm writing my foundation. No more expectations, holding me from elevation. Breaking every ceiling, I trust the way I'm healing. This confidence I'm feeling is real and now revealing. Alpha, I'm stepping into my power. I'm climbing higher by the hour. No fear, I'm built for the fire. Watch me ignite, watch me shine brighter. The world is turning in my favor. I'm moving now, not later. I'm done hiding, done being quieter. I'm alpha, rising like a fighter. Morning breaks and I'm already moving. Shadows fall behind my stride. Got a fire in my breathing, every heartbeat amplified. I used to question every step, afraid to claim the ground beneath. Now I'm walking with a purpose, every doubt begins to lead. I can feel the shift, it's rising in my veins. Turning all my limits into something unchained. No more holding back, I'm stepping through the fray. The world is opening, nothing feels the same. I'm built for moments where the brave take the lead. Cut from a spirit that refuses to concede. Strength in my voice and the future I seize. I'm living with the certainty that nothing can unsee. The rule I write for myself, unbroken, undefeated. A crown in motion from the day I believed it. Steady steps on solid ground, confidence beneath my skin. Every failure taught me something, now they fuel the way I win. Light is bending at my pace, every door begins to swing. Not because the path was easy, cause I learned to own the wind. I can feel the shift, it's rising in my veins. Turning all my limits into something unchained. No more holding back, I'm stepping through the fray. The world is opening, nothing feels the same. I'm built for moments where the brave take the lead. Cut from a spirit that refuses to concede. Strength in my voice and the future I see. I'm living with the certainty that nothing can unsee. The rule I write for myself, unbroken, undefeated. A crown in motion from the day I believed it. No fear, no doubts, no fading into gray. I rise, I grow, reclaiming my own way. If destiny is calling, then I'll answer unafraid. I move like someone who knows what he became. I'm built for moments where the brave take the lead. Cut from a spirit that refuses to concede. Strength in my voice and the future I see. I'm living with a certainty that nothing can unsee. The rule I write for myself, unbroken, undefeated. A crown in motion from the heavy and sweet. A perfect rhythm moving through the street. Every choice they call a fault of mine is just another beautiful design. They left the comfort, they stayed inside. But I take my freedom where the shadows hide. I shed the caution, I embrace the spin, letting the deeper current pull me in. The energy rises, no holding back the urge. A dangerous wave is starting to surge. The power is felt, now the game has begun. Hear the whisper of my bad habits sing. The consequences, just the thrill they bring. The tempo is steady, a focused acceleration. A feeling of raw, slick fascination. The judgment faded with the turn of the key. This wicked confidence belongs to me. Yeah, dancing with the darkness has set me free. Stepping into the clear, magnetic victory. The spotlight hits the ground I claim, setting fire to the rules of the game. I caught the pulse, electric and deep, a secret that the shadows keep. My future spinning, bold and fast, making every single pleasure last. No time for sermons, no time to retreat. Admitting the flaw is always sweet. The energy rises, no holding back the urge. A dangerous wave is starting to surge. The power is felt, now the game has begun. Hear the whisper of my bad habits sing. The consequences, just the thrill they bring. Tempo is steady, a focused acceleration. A feeling of raw, slick fascination. The judgment faded with the turn of the key. This wicked confidence belongs to me. Yeah, dancing with the darkness has set me free. Stepping into the clear, magnetic victory. They threw the anchors, they tried to delay, but I built a new path every single day. This inner engine, it won't break down. Wearing my freedom like a shimmering crown. I'm riding